Hello, everybody. It's Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. I hope you all are doing well. Just Steve-O, good to see you. Last Dance, of course. Welcome. Looks like we've got two here, which is a light start, but it's going to increase fairly quickly. Lots of interesting things going on in the news. There's breaking news right now about a shooting at Brown University. So if anyone wants to keep track of that and provide any information, that would be appreciated. I haven't heard much besides, yes, the link is pinned in the YouTube. I did that prior to coming on, so we should be good to go. I hope everyone's well. Pretty interesting week when it comes to the U.S. military and South America and the Navy and Coast Guard and I don't know what you would call it, what they did with the ship, commandeering a ship or raiding an oil tanker. I'm not exactly sure, but we're definitely seized. There's a good word. They seized a oil tanker, which appears to have been using some deceptive means to hide or sort of deceive where its location was and exactly what it was doing, and who it was providing oil to. So we can talk about that. At first, I didn't think it sounded like a good thing, but after doing some research about it, it seems like it might be actually a legitimate move on our part. Though I'm not sure optics-wise how I feel about it. Let's go ahead and see if Last Dance is ready. Are you? All right. How you doing?
All right. Happy Saturday. It's good to be with you.
Cheers.
Yes, I will be continuing my drinking of this fine whiskey, Macallan.
Sure.
You know what's interesting? It says the Macallan. That's a weird way to put it.
Is there not a McClelland that's like a slightly different spelling?
I don't know. I really don't. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, it seems like it's a very common Scottish name, so maybe they're putting they're really telling you this is the one you need, you know?
Maybe it is.
So the ship I was just discussing is owned by Triton Navigation Corp and registered in the Marshall Islands. And it was sanctioned by the U.S. in 2022, and when it sailed under a different name and was smuggling oil for Iran. The ship was witnessed loading over 1 million gallons of Venezuelan oil and transmitted a false location, as well as sailed under a false flag. What do you think about this seizing of the ship?
Well, it's I too am initially skeptical. Seizing a ship is a very aggressive act that can be viewed as an act of war,
or at the least piracy, which
or
we're fighting against. You know,
I don't know. Not necessarily. I wouldn't say piracy, unless we we sell the oil.
Right. Well, we're going to take the oil.
Yeah. Maybe we'll just hold it. I don't know.
Strategic reserve.
Even if the authorities are all in order, which I'm not sure of, and wouldn't be surprised if they weren't, it's still not something that you want to set a precedent for. This does look like some kind of a rogue outfit of sorts that, according to the government, funds terrorism. I think, it's, to me, it's more likely it just brings oil into the what we think of as the kind of black market oil, the same place that Russian oil gets sold to.
Right.
But it's not really a black market. You know, sanctions are not international law. They're the law of one country. Other countries don't agree with the sanctions. Venezuela, Iran, China, they don't have sanctions on Venezuela. Russia doesn't have sanctions on Venezuela.
Of course.
So
India buys oil from
yeah,
Russia.
India, exactly.
It's
So
all, it's geopolitical stuff.
right,
Bigger than our country here.
right, exactly. And we sort of enforce these laws more against weaker countries than we do stronger countries.
Hmm.
I don't know if that's a bad thing, but it is an inconsistency.
Right.
It's not like we're not going to seize a tanker carrying Russian oil in violation of someone's sanctions. With no way we're going to do that.
Sure.
So, I don't. On the other hand, it's not a big deal being inconsistent. So you get accused of being inconsistent. Oh well, I'll sleep at night, kind of a thing. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed about it, I guess I should say.
Sure. Yeah, I am too. It's not really connected with the blowing up of these quote unquote drug boats or go fast boats, right? Like this
I
is a
don't see
complete,
how. I really don't see how.
so it's a separate thing, but yet these acts of aggression are directed at one country, which, like you pointed out, is somewhat of a weak country.
Right.
They do have the superficial backing now. I've heard that Putin is backing them, but
Yeah.
that doesn't mean anything really
Yeah.
at this point. Words, basically. But,
Right.
um, and I'm a little confused. The woman who just won the Nobel Peace Prize, was she the previous leader there?
No.
Was she? What makes her worthy of the Nobel Peace Prize?
Probably nothing. She's ostensibly the opposition. I've heard people say that she's not really opposition. She's like a controlled opposition. Um, I don't have any way to evaluate that, but I
Hmm.
certainly don't trust the Nobel Committee to decide who is worthy of the Peace Prize or not. I just don't. They're really just a bunch of silly liberals, uh, whose idea of who deserves the Peace Prize doesn't. I often don't agree with.
Hmm. I'm gonna just test my microphone right now. How does it sound?
Sounds fine to me.
Is it low, or was it just because I was leaning back?
It might have been a little low. Scum says maybe too low. It was maybe a little low, but not. I could have made my volume louder and heard
But
it
now
just
that I'm
fine.
leaning forward, has it
It's
remedied the situation?
yeah, it's clearer and louder.
Okay.
It's actually quite clear and crisp when you lean forward.
Okay. Yeah, this thing works best when you lean forward. And you just use the mic on your laptop. That's pretty impressive
Yeah,
for
just use the laptop mic.
for the MacBook.
Oh, thank Brandon asking about this. Apparently, Trump won some peace prize from the
FIFA.
soccer people, FIFA. Yeah,
Why do you write Phobal?
I don't know because it's FIBA,
Yeah,
FIFA,
FIFA.
Bobel.
Yeah.
It's just, it's kind of, it shows how pathetic both FIFA is and how pathetic Trump is.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's silly.
there's really a lot of a lot of aspects of Trump remind one of the North Korean leadership, the need to constantly, he needs to be flattered.
Hmm.
If he's not flattered, he goes crazy. And if he is flattered, he's positive, right? So flattering him is is a diplomatically sound strategy. That's not a good thing.
Right. Yeah. Seemingly, he just he he was all about wanting to get the Nobel Peace Prize, which I don't see how he would get it. But now, yeah, he's all excited about this. And regarding FIFA and the World Cup, upcoming World Cup, um, he was threatening to take the matches away from um, Boston, where they're not gonna have any matches, but Foxborough, where the Patriots play, is where they're going to have the stadium for the soccer matches, which I think is 4 or 5 here. And but he had a beef with Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, so
Hmm.
he was going to try to work on taking the matches out of Massachusetts, which is completely fickle and like childish, you know. But
Yeah, and I don't even know what the federal government, what their role is in deciding where the matches are. You would think there is no role. How do they get to decide? I mean, it's. I don't know why one independent. I mean, I guess there is. It's a foreign organization, FIFA. I guess
Mhm.
technically. Um, so the State Department could probably sanction them. They could probably get in the way
Right.
if they wanted to. But why would you want to?
Yeah, what scares me a little bit is that Michelle Wu. Thankfully, I don't live in Boston. I grew up there,
Hmm.
but I feel like in her foolhardy, you know, hatred of Trump, that she might actually cost the city federal funding, and it's also Trump and his federal government that is going to potentially take funding away from like extremely progressive or left leaning cities or even states, you know,
Yeah,
which like highway funding or whatever, you know, geez, even like federal school funding, which if he went that to that level, that would be really bad. But I
I
don't
don't.
put it past him to do something like that, you know.
Personally, I don't think there should be federal school funding. It doesn't make any sense.
Hmm.
Uh, and highway
At
funding.
any level.
No, why would there be federal school funding? And
Well, it's sort of
what's the difference between a federal tax to fund schools and state tax to fund schools?
well, it's sort of the federal one comes up with shortcomings in areas where there is not an abundance of school revenue, tax money for schools. So it often ends up helping underserved communities, and it often ends up helping or boosting like special needs education. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's sort of the way that it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be directed to places that are having difficulty funding it for themselves. So all states don't have equal wealth distribution through taxes. Most states, the town collects. You know, I feel like the money goes back to the town that it's collected in. You know,
Well, I mean, it's to
property
me, it's
taxes.
first of all, I don't really believe in the underserved community phrase. That's kind of one that is ideological rather than
I
realistic.
only use that as a phrase to say poor people. You
Yeah,
know.
I mean, I can understand the argument for having taxation be larger than school district because poverty tends to be concentrated in areas rather than a person here and a person there. So but something as large as an entire state can certainly fund schools. And if there are no, and if federal, the same amount of taxes that the federal government collects that go to schools, the federal government could just not collect it and let the states raise their taxes by the equivalent amount, and it's a net zero in terms of increased taxes on an individual,
Right.
because every dollar that the state increases taxes, the federal government decreases a dollar.
But
And
now
just let
you're talking about in that a lot of change that would have to take place in order for it to happen.
Yes, I agree. It's a lot of administrative change, but
Which
uh, I I just think I don't think you want the federal government to decide. Let Trump be the perfect example of, you don't want the federal government on some guy's whim. Some guy like Trump, he gets insulted by the mayor of Boston, and his childishness translates to a reduction in federal funding. You just don't want that structurally possible.
mm,
So I would just do away with federal funding. You would have to convince me that a dollar not given to the federal government, that dollar given to the state government, is somehow not as valuable.
I yeah, I guess without having that change in the administration and the change in the way state tax money is used and a reduction in federal taxes to offset the increase to state taxes, and then you have the amount of variation from state to state in taxing and what is taxed and how things are taxed. Florida, no income tax, but Florida has a very high rental property tax, so they make and they have sales tax. So different states collect it in different ways. But then
It's
you'd have arguments from people who are in high net worth communities who want their say a guy makes 4 million a year. He's the vice president in a corporation and he
right,
pays $900,000 a year, and he wants that predominantly to go to the school that his children are going to. Which
right,
I don't necessarily blame him for that either. Um,
yeah.
or his town in general with a certain cut going to the school.
But even if you see that as a problem, the enforcing some sort of a uniformity at a level, enforcing it at the state level would still be able to, if you didn't like that arrangement, you would still be able to enforce it at the state level. You don't need to go as far up as the federal level to enforce, giving all school districts an equal chance at funding. And, you know, if you, I
you're
don't know,
talking you're
if you,
talking about a distribution of wealth, though. That's an inherently liberal thing.
yeah, and I think another thing that's kind of like a, it's kind of like a truism in progressive thinking that is kind of obviously false, and manifestly so, is that funding education, particularly um, um, elementary and high school education, there's somehow a tie between educational success, knowledge learned, and funding levels.
Oh, there's definitely a tie.
There's not a tie.
Well, the tie goes deeper than the direct funding, but usually in the communities where there's higher earnings, it's a lower crime, and that usually is because there's um, basically it's a million reasons. I can't even name them all, but I think in the end, um, yeah, the wealthier towns in the state of Massachusetts have the best school systems, unless there's
It,
a few outliers that just are run like shit and have to fix that. But generally
there's
speaking, the wealthier towns have the better
you're
schools.
you're
And
talking about results, not opportunities.
right,
Yeah, you can't force you can, no matter how much money I spend on, say, some very poor performing school in Chicago, let's say. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. You could give you could give $1 billion to that school, and their educational results would not improve that much. And you could take away half their funding carefully, um, and the results would not get much worse. It's a lot of it has to do with the culture of the students, their commitment
the
to
parents,
learning, the
yeah,
parents,
sure.
and of course the teachers are critical too. But um, you don't. It's not like you need PhD teachers to teach high school kids algebra
In the
or
state of
elementary school
you need.
kids. Basic history, the basics.
Do you need a master's in Maryland to be a teacher?
I don't know.
You do in Massachusetts.
Okay.
So that's
I mean, there's
four.
there's nothing wrong with a master's, but
Well,
it's
that's 4
clearly,
years plus what? At best,
yeah,
another 18 months,
yeah. I'm
maybe.
saying it's not going to hurt you, but
No, of course.
clearly you don't need a master's degree to teach a fifth grader anything. At the fifth grade level, there you don't need even a bachelor's degree to teach a fifth grader anything. In fact, all you need to have is a mastery of the material you're teaching.
And have a solid understanding of kind of like sort of child psychology. You don't have to be a psychologist per se, but you have to have an understanding of how to gain their attention and keep their attention and
Yeah,
keep them engaged and be able to notice certain aspects about kids that
I'm sure
it's
all those things help, but I think a lot of teachers learn more just by doing it
on the
than
job.
they do in school. School kind of gives them they learn a lot of stuff in school, but they probably learn a lot more once they start and talk to other teachers and look and see what other teachers are doing. So, I'm not putting down a bachelor's degree or a master's degree.
Hmm.
I'm just saying that, if you think you need funding at a level higher because you want to make sure that you have enough to pay salaries high enough to attract only master's degrees, I don't believe that. I think, you know, presumably the market for candidates that have only a bachelor's degree is it's a lower salary than the market for people that have at least a master's degree. So I think that's probably wasted wasted government money.
Interesting. Now, the teachers here in Massachusetts that um, in town schools and not private schools, town schools, they do get a pension, and
Right.
I think it takes 30 years, and you get 80%, which ends up being like
Wow. eighty
and
percent
80%
Whew.
ends up being like over 6 grand a month. Now, if like you're over 67, you double dip. You could be bringing in 8,000, 9,000 a month with Social Security. And now if you have two teachers, they could be. Now that's the thing with teachers; they can retire at 55 in Massachusetts to 58 years old, and if they're married, they can both collect a pension and do very well. So,
I
um,
mean, from the employee standpoint, 80% pension is just amazing.
mhm.
Um, I mean, it's just amazing. How many private sector jobs are there? There's probably none, uh, uh, unless you have like a big union representing you, like the Teamsters or something. There's no private sector jobs that are going to give you an 80% pension. They might give you an enormous 401k matching
Exactly.
contribution, but there's no way they're going to commit to an open-ended 80% pension.
Well, most of them do a 401k plus an annuity and all of that sort of stuff, and auto deposit on everything, and you essentially end up getting a massive amount of money from that. But the paying of the pension in perpetuity is what ends up making companies or public companies like the MBTA here, for all of its employees for years and years, got pensions, and that now that pension fund is so massive, the actual MBTA can't even barely function because all the yeah, it's because I'm leaning back, dude. I gotta lean forward. Maybe if I'll turn it up. I'll max it out. Let's do that.
Complainers like the real aphid lipper.
I'm just leaning. I'm a leaner tonight.
Yeah, I mean, unfunded pension obligations are like a sword of Damocles over so many municipal organizations. My brother-in-law volunteers on some group that looks at state of Illinois police, various municipalities in the state of Illinois, their police pension funds, and they're most of them are quite underfunded, and so I don't know, the 401k matching thing, it's funded immediately, the money goes out, and there's no sort of promise on the back end. So I kind of like that for
All right, let's see
fiscal
now.
responsibility.
Real quick on the sound check. Is this better when I lean forward, Scum, and then when I go back here, it's problematic? Is that the issue? I just peaked the volume as high as I can.
Significant difference. To me, it's good enough when you lean back, but it is louder and clearer when you lean forward.
Okay, so then I have to just remember to try to lean forward or pick the microphone up.
Yep.
Oh, I have. Yeah, let's just go with that for now. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Yeah. Well, interesting. Hey, Aphidlip, join us, man. We're on a light load tonight, and it was great last week when he came on first. That was really a nice thing.
Yeah, I like it. I love the guy. I don't get to hear from him enough.
Exactly. So jump on if you want, and anybody else who is up for it. Is there any more news? If anybody is out there wants to look up 10, here we go. He'll be on at like 8:40. Have we got any updates about the thing going on at Brown University?
The last I saw was a while ago. Two confirmed dead, allegedly 10 injured.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't bet much on those numbers, either one of them being correct or certainly not the final tally.
Shooter is still at large as far as we can tell.
And that's always preliminary. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they later discover that one of the dead is the shooter who self-deleted.
Yeah, 2 dead, 8 in critical in Brown University. Suspect at large is still the even though Trump put out on Truth Social that he was in custody, I believe that was incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, he's just, someone else is telling him that. You know how these sources go. Someone asks a cop, or someone asks their aide asks the next person. That person calls their source in the local police department,
Right.
And they just say what they heard, because there's probably nobody on scene that they're talking to.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just listening to the chaotic radio calls and trying to figure out what's known. And they make some claim. And they probably even tell, the first source probably says, I'm not sure of these numbers. that uncertainty gets removed as it goes up the chain,
Right.
and then some high-ranking official like the governor or the president says, "Confirmed,
But
3
then they're
dead."
wrong. Sometimes both. I've
Yeah,
heard
right.
governors be wrong and presidents, and
Yeah,
Cash Patel I've heard be wrong before,
yep,
not long
absolutely.
ago. So I feel like the only time you're really sure is when you have the obligatory press conference when they all stand up behind each other and talk and give the official numbers.
Exactly.
Usually they're not wrong.
That's when it's an authoritative uh, version, when the local chief of police or the local mayor, or a press conference where they're all there at the same time,
Mhm.
because they're very careful to say what they know and no more. And that's usually good.
Let us see this guy right here.
R
Hi,
W
everybody.
The man
W.
on the street, RW. What do you know? What do you say? What do you got?
I don't want to say anything because it might be wrong and come back to bite me. So
Oh, come on, have some courage.
I was just on a live panel of the Adventist faith challenging the church. So that was an interesting experience. But I rushed over here to have a more chill, laid-back, fun conversation.
Okay. You
It
were
sounds like
specific. Yeah.
Trump didn't give out the right information, which that's the last I was paying attention to the shooting. So do we have the suspect?
According
Not that
to
I've heard.
according to Steve Lookner,
He's still
two
on the
dead,
lookout.
2 dead, 8 critical in Brown U shooting. Suspect at large.
Okay.
Um, and he's usually like extremely careful about
My Captain Paca.
Paca.
Hey, Cap.
What up, dog?
Yeah, interesting. Pretty. I'm not usually seeing Rhode Island in the news, so I was paying attention to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a tiny, tiny little postage stamp.
Right, but the FBI is on it, so everybody's okay, right? We'll be
Yep.
safe now. The story that they're corroborating right now is going to make everyone feel a lot more safe and comfortable.
FBI never gets it wrong.
It was Tyler Robinson, I think.
Hmm.
Oh no,
I think
that's not it.
I think they have fairly strict gun laws down yonder in Rhode Island, but I'm not sure
I'm
about
sure.
that. But
I mean, people are picking on the fact that that campus is a gun-free zone,
right,
but criminals don't really follow those rules. So
yep. Sadly, yeah. Unfortunately, it's the conundrum that it seems to be impossible to answer. How do you honor the Constitution, the Second Amendment, yet keep guns away from people that you don't want to have them? It seems like an impossible paradox.
yes, I would say it's impossible because there's a black market, and it's
Right.
impossible, even if they create laws to legislate morality at a higher level without everybody having some brain chip that forces them to obey. Hey, I don't know.
For a time here
The
in
left says you can't incarcerate crime away. I would love to just try to incarcerate crime away. I'd like to test that theory.
Is that a libertarian mindset?
No,
Yeah.
it's absolutely not. But
Okay.
Well, that poor Ukrainian woman that got stabbed to death by that animal, he had been convicted many times. I believe even he had taken advantage of the cashless bail option.
mhm,
Um,
You
that was a
gave up.
successful use of it, huh? There, fellas, right? Yeah.
yeah,
They didn't
Seeing that poor
rehabilitate him
woman.
well.
Remember that poor woman like crumpled up in the fetal position, bleeding internally? Yeah. You know that this is the part about all of that type of shit that makes me angry is, well, for example, here in Massachusetts, they had a mandatory 1 year in jail for any illegal firearm in possession. For so after that started, all of these inner city youths and stuff were getting caught, and if they were 18 or older, they were getting a year in jail, and then basically everyone was like, "This is no good." You're putting
wrong
all
demographic.
you're putting all these, in jail,
Right,
and it's
racism.
it's the prison, whatever they have that expression, the prison
home.
No, it's this cycle of
Oh,
prison. They tend to call it on the liberal side that
yeah,
we have to break that cycle.
the vicious cycle.
Like the prosecutors and the judges that are putting these people in jail, they're the ones that are getting it wrong, not the guys who have illegal guns, the gang members. No, they're not doing anything wrong. They should not be in prison. The laws are wrong and the judges are wrong and racist.
Yeah,
It's just the dumbest thing ever.
You
So
brought
like
up, sorry.
their solution is, okay, well then we'll take guns from the people who abide by the law, who go through all the steps that they have to in certain states. In some states you just need a driver's license, like Vermont. But whatever it might be, we're going to make it harder for those legal people. But we're not really going to do shit about the illegal stuff. And we're not going to really punish the ones who have illegal firearms. We're going to give them probation.
what is the percentage of legal gun owners that are involved in gun crimes?
That's a
That's
good question.
Oh, it's almost, it must be close to zero.
No, it's higher.
Higher than
1%.
zero.
But it's just easy in some. I don't know. I really don't. I can't speak to that. I have no idea. If someone wants to search it, they can.
I'll look it up in a second, but I want to bring up you put a survey-ish thing to show where people's leanings are politically in the Discord, and I thought it interesting. One of the questions was, do you believe that rehabilitation is basically works? And I think it's a very valid question, because for all the people that go to prison, how many of them are actually being rehabilitated to come out on the other side as a better citizen? Because the vibe that I mostly get is that you go to prison to learn hard knock college and come out a bigger criminal. So I am
Yeah.
curious, like, what the success rate for that rehabilitation program is.
Probably, I'll bet a better predictor of success in terms of not reoffending is probably the age that you come out.
Sure.
Fair.
And there's
I'll-
also a gang culture inside prisons that I feel like that really does not help with the whole rehabilitation thing.
Yep.
When you have the white guys, well,
Aryan
they
Brotherhood.
probably go by the Aryan Brotherhood. You got the
Yeah, right.
Spanish guys, the black guys. Who gets along, who doesn't get along, and in the end, they're probably saying yeah, well, you guys can take classes and eventually earn your bachelor's degree. They're probably all like, fuck you, man, we just want to survive in here. It's
Right.
probably hard to rehabilitate it. You probably are worried about living.
Yeah, I mean, I think the very minimum, a prison system should be safe enough so that prisoners are not subject to murder or serious injury from other prisoners.
Sure.
I think you need to have a death penalty for that. Any state that doesn't have a death penalty for people that commit murder while in prison is just giving up on the safety of other prisoners.
Mhm.
Is there a court process for that? If someone's in prison and they kill, okay.
Yeah, it's just a charge as another murder. Goes through the same process.
And it's usually as fast as anything because it's so cut and dried with prison murder.
But I don't care if you feel that the death penalty is somehow unacceptable or immoral. If, at a very least, if you kill somebody while you're in prison, you have to be executed. You have to be executed. Because there's no place safer for society to put you. And
That
you
includes the guy who took out
Whitey Bulger?
No, much worse. The
Oh,
cannibal.
the Milwaukee guy.
Yeah, not Bundy.
Jeffrey Dahmer?
Dahmer, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
How about the guy who
Not that
is
he of course should also have been executed by the state, not by some prisoner.
right? Yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. Um, it's a failure, first and foremost, of the prison system, the warden and the guards to allow it to happen. They can't
E-
because inherently, if a person is there for murder, they're definitely capable of it. So,
Right, exactly. I mean, even if you were 100% effective in keeping weapons out, nobody can make a shiv. Nobody can take a toothbrush and file it into a point. Somehow you're perfectly effective. They can always strangle someone, break their neck if they're strong enough, just whenever they're encounters. Unless you keep the guy in solitary all the time, you're. It's not right that other prisoners should be subject to murder just because the state, because some silly liberal governor, says no death penalty in my state. Yeah, there's a death penalty. There's a death penalty in the prison if you cross or piss off the murderer who's never going to be executed because because you like to virtue signal for progressives.
yeah, it's an interesting conundrum you bring up there, but let's.
I think it's deeper than that, than liberal. I think it's deeper than just a left-right politics. I'm not
Aphid, do
sure.
you have any input on this? Sorry, RW, I don't want to
You're
cut
good.
you off.
You're good.
First of all, hello, aphid lip.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I don't really know what you guys are talking about, to be honest with you.
Well, first
Last
of
I heard,
all,
you were talking about Trump wrongfully tweeting out that they caught the suspect.
what
We're
is
way
your-
past that.
What is your take on the death penalty?
I mean, I think they should do it and do it quicker, so we don't. Because I think it's
Okay.
because it's a cost thing too, and I think that they cost like so much more when they're on death
Yeah.
row.
Okay.
And
So,
look who
I mean,
was
I think that
money on.
I think we should, the ones that are kind of. I mean, I know there can't be some. Well, you're going on death row, but it's kind of questionable. They get put over here. That's impossible to do that. But I mean, I'm not ignorant to the fact that there's been innocent people proven innocent that were sitting on death row either.
Yeah.
Is there?
But yeah, I don't got a
aspect-
problem with that. I don't have a problem with killing some dude that killed a bunch of people or raped a bunch of little kids or something.
So I put up as a minimum, every state should have the death penalty for murderers who kill somebody in prison.
But if they're not murderers and they kill somebody in prison, they get a first strike.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Are you saying like if somebody, like if one of these guys, some kitty fiddler gets in there and they're both in prison, then one guy, chokes the other guy out in his sleep, you're saying that he should instantly get killed?
Yeah, I am. If you didn't look, the prison is the last stop, right? There is no higher level of incarceration. There's no place else to put them. And the other prisoners have a right to be safe, at least from murder.
Do you think there's any aspect of prison being used and enforced to kill people? That's why they don't get rid of that current setup.
I don't think prison killings are too rare to be an effective deterrent to keep people from committing crimes. So yeah, I don't think that's part of the unspoken policy is to let that. Maybe it is for sexual sort of kitty rapers. Maybe there is a sort of unspoken policy. The guards, maybe they'll let someone they know is going to kill the kitty raper. Maybe they'll let him congregate to do it. I don't.
I guess I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for the guy that killed somebody in prison in the first place.
All right, you ready for this
Like
guy?
he deserves a right to. I mean, the person he killed didn't get that right.
I'm talking about someone who's an armed robbery, an armed
Okay.
robber
I thought
getting.
you said. I thought you said. I thought maybe I misheard you. I'm sure I did.
All right, here we go. A quick 1 minute clip.
How do you wish to plead to the second count of murder in the second degree? Guilty?
Yes, sir.
And doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Doing so because you are guilty?
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
The reason I killed him was because he was a child molester.
So you did in fact kill him,
Oh, sure.
and you intended to do it.
Oh, sure, yes. Well, if it's all right, I'd like to tell you where it started.
Go ahead.
All right, well, he was my bunkie, and I had found out that he was in prison for child molestation, a really bad case. So that night he was trying to justify why he did it, and I just told him to be quiet, and he would have to leave in the morning to find a new cell. But he continued to talk about it and try to justify it, so he was a little bit bigger than me, so I got down and I hit him in his face a few times, and when he fell, I wrapped a cord around his neck and I took his life.
I've seen that.
I mean, that guy's not that bad of a guy, if you ask me. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it sounds righteous, right?
it does.
I don't think-
because really bad case means we all know what that means.
Yeah, I know what that means.
So what that guy wouldn't have gotten the punishment that he deserved.
It's not that I
Maybe the
feel
guy-
bad. I don't
Right.
feel bad for the guy he killed. I'm just saying we made a decision as a country or a state or that this kitty diddler would not be executed. If we agree that his crime is so heinous that he should be executed, why should he be executed by a fellow inmate? Why don't we do it ourselves, as as a judicial punishment?
Apparently,
Well, it
Greek
wasn't a
politics is
sponsored
little more
killing.
complicated.
Well, sorry, RW, I cut you off before. I want to hear what you had to say.
Red.
I think the United States government is showing that Greek politics and Roman politics is a little more complicated than prison politics.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, let's suppose you're like California, a state that is so proud that they don't have the death penalty. They sure have a hell of a lot of killers in maximum security prison, along with non-killers.
Right.
If a killer in prison kills someone someone like committed armed robbery, suppose he's in for life too. What is the punishment for him to kill someone like that? There is no punishment. He already has the maximum punishment. Without the death penalty, he can just keep killing people.
See,
He
now,
can, he's going back to already he's in the maximum security prison. There is no higher level of prison.
I'm going to disagree with you, Last Dance, although I do think it's a mistake of the system that the person got killed in the first place. I think the life of the child diddler or the murderer who gets murdered in prison is worth significant. They are not an innocent civilian. They're in prison for violent or SA with a minor. Like their value is significantly degraded. So
Yes,
if you're going to
wouldn't-
expect a person who's in there who's already a nut, who's killing people, and you're going to put him in the fucking jail cell with a child thing this guy is like, yeah, all right, well, if we don't get like this guy basically did it because they put him there, and it's the fault is of the prison system. These people who are doing the murdering in prison are not yet rehabilitated. So why would you expect them to have this coming to, the light moment where they say, "Oh, I'm not going to kill this guy, even though I know he did this to children." Oh no, even though I just killed a bunch of people before, now all of a sudden I'm not going to do it again to somebody who actually deserves it. No. What the onus goes to the prison, to the warden, and to the separation of people, that you can't have them together, or if you do have them together, que sera, sera. Motherfuckers are going to die. That's how it's going to go.
Okay, so this guy who killed this child molester,
Yes.
he's never going to have another child molester as his cellmate.
No,
But he's
not-
going to have a cellmate.
Yeah, they probably need to put like his basically a twin of his who did all the same shit that he did, I guess. So
It's
don't
not
know.
like it's not like this guy would only kill child molesters.
now
I
you're
mean-
making an assumption.
Yeah, I am. This is what I will say. There are plenty of murderers whose cases, like multiple murderers, it doesn't matter how bad your murder is in California. You could be someone who murdered a child. There's some pretty terrible cases in California. Nobody gets executed, no matter how horrible their crime is. You put them in prison, they like to kill. They're going to kill anybody that meets their criteria.
Yeah.
So, you're not only you're saying that killing the child molester is a good thing, but what if the child molester is the killer, and he starts killing other people in prison, the armed robber?
You're misquoting me by saying it's a good thing. I am saying it's an inevitable thing if you don't keep them separated.
Okay, but I'm
And
saying
you're saying it's impossible to keep them separated, so the only way to stop it is to have death penalty as the punishment, I guess.
Well, no, I'm saying is that somebody who goes to prison for armed robbery should be protected from being murdered. And if somebody else who's in prison for murder continues to murder in prison, what's your recourse?
Solitary.
I don't know what's the moral equivalence comparing a lifetime in solitary confinement, which to me is extraordinarily cruel, compared to an execution. It's a toss-up at best.
Well, they have that prison called Pelican Bay in California where it's people who've committed either murder or in high-level violent crimes in prison who are basically lifers already. So they put them in this 23 hours a day in a single cell, 1 hour a day in a room with sunlight from the ceiling. If you're lucky, you might see a bird fly
Let
over.
me shift this just a little. Let's suppose California decides we can't execute people because that sullies our halos. So what we'll do is we'll have the Thunderdome prison, where we just stick in people who are too violent to put with the general population or even other violent criminals.
Fortnite style.
Right. Is that morally superior to executing criminals?
Corporations will say yes because they're going to make a crap stack of money from that entertainment.
And eventually they'll film it.
Tina Turner will be out there.
Tina Turner, yeah.
Tina Turner. Yeah.
Is she alive?
No.
No, she died.
Oh, I hear Sarita.
Sarita.
Ah, there we go. Sarita.
The ghost.
Popping in from the fog.
Right.
I'm a ghost.
That's funny. All right, cool. That's an interesting conversation. I'm gonna
You know
go
what that
grab a
looked
beer.
like? You know that scene in Jaws where the police chief sees the shark and then they zoom in on his face and he goes like that. They got the cigarette in his mouth.
Nope.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a
Okay.
while. I do want to quickly give you your estimated gun crime question. I don't know if Steve can still hear me.
No, he's
His-
might be able to hear you.
I guess I'll wait. He's
Oh, okay.
watering the flowers.
Yes. Aphid lip. You got an aphid lip minute all
Nah, no, I don't.
planned up?
I feel like I had a thought for one a couple weeks ago, but I don't
You know,
remember what that was.
Did you used to prepare them, or was it always just kind of extemporaneous?
When I did them on here,
Yeah.
well, I think I only did like 2 or 3.
Well, did you
But
prepare
no,
them?
I prepared them. Yeah,
Okay.
because I used to get a kick out of like doing the Yearsays and making the videos on Live Leak and putting all that together. And I would think about it a lot, and
Okay.
do different skits and,
Yep.
it was a lot of
There's
fun.
a skit that's probably perfect for you, based on the New York Post study that they put out. That ring a bell from today.
I don't know.
I mean, I saw it.
I don't. I don't look at news.
Sniffing your own farts boosts brain power, based on a John Hopkins study.
It's ironic because I used that in a Live Leak skit one time. There was a study that showed that you if you have your sense of smell, how was it? If you lose your sense of smell, you have a much higher percentage of
Take care, Ren.
dying or something. And I said it's now socially acceptable to cup your own farts because, that way you would test to see if your sense of smell was working or not.
Mark, so you were ahead of your time. You just didn't know it.
I did. I just
You
didn't
could
know
have been on that study panel.
So what are you saying? What are you saying? That if you
I did
smell
not
your
read the
farts,
study because I
healthy?
think it's not that it makes you healthier.
Higher IQ.
It gives you a more cognition.
how could that possibly be true?
What?
They
What
only
is this
did
now?
mice studies. They only studied the mice. It's not done in a human study yet,
What are you
but it
guys
will be.
talking
I
about?
guarantee you.
The fuck?
Boosting your IQ by smelling your own farts.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's
If you were to bet
groundbreaking.
that's
another,
some groundbreaking shit right there.
literally,
everyone at some point gets high on their own supply, so it's inevitable.
In her case, it's more die than high.
But I hadn't heard this study. It sounds
My son is
Smelly.
because when he was younger, I did it to him, and it was so funny. Well, now he's gonna be 17 years old, and
he has
He
total
can't-
total control of his farts.
he does. I told my friend, and he was like, "The hunter becomes the hunted."
Right?
Exactly.
The grasshoppers become the master.
I'm like, that's the best way to put it.
yeah, exactly.
He
He calls
probably
me fart. He calls me fart face because that's all he does is fart in my face.
Well, he's just returning the favor, man. I remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
Does he know how-
He's
does
like,
he
"You
know how
taught
to
me."
ca-
That's
does
what
he
he.
know how to catch a fart and then
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
like kung fu. That's
And I
kung
taught
fu.
him because when I was a kid, and luckily I need to be quiet because I don't want to remind him of this. But when I was a kid, my brother was just a little bit older than me, so I always had a hard time. He was always bigger than me, obviously. And I was that picked on little brother, my whole existence. And one way I would get back at him was he would get up to go to the bathroom or something at night, and I'd run into his room and fart on his pillow because it would stay in there.
Are you
If you
kidding?
just if you fart in a room, it can go away before you got back
Right.
from going to the
Boy,
bathroom.
that is
But if you fart in
is-
a pillow,
How much
it'll
paper?
stay in there. And then when he lays
Man.
back down and poofs it back out.
that is something to put on in your psychiatric file, because that is some pretty early passive aggressive deranged behavier on your part.
So, what are your hobbies?
I mean, couldn't he get conjunctivitis from that?
That's the Rita's joke. Yes.
It's probably
He would come back to his room and he'd lay back down and he'd be like, well, I'm not going to say my name, but he would be like, "Oh, man, I
Hey,
can't
Whitlet,
believe
did you do
Yeah,
that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'd be just sitting in my room, it's like 10:30, my parents are sleeping, and I'd just be giggling. But he's okay. Here's the things he used to do to me to make this not sound as bad. One
yeah.
thing he used to love to do was he would eat Oreo cookies and he would get it into his saliva where he could make spit come like 3 feet down, and he'd kneel me down and hold me down, and he'd just keep letting it come down, and then he'd slurp it back up.
Oh my god.
Well, he would keep doing it until finally it broke, and then it would just slither my whole face.
Man.
Or the other thing he used to do is he would, especially with my cousin, because him and my cousin were the same age, and he stayed at our house a lot, and they would take their socks off and put it in my soda when I wasn't in there, and then they wring it back out. So when I came back in there, I drink this, sock water.
It would only improve certain sodas.
Oh my God. What an
Yeah.
evil household. Both of
I mean,
you.
he's an older brother. I mean, did you have an
How-
older brother?
How
Oh,
close
no.
were you guys in
Yeah.
age?
Older sister, but not
He was 4.5 years older than me.
See, yeah, my brothers are 10 and 14 years older than me. So
Yeah, so
they were too big. They would have just fucking
right.
I'll probably kill him. Let's leave him alone, guys.
Yeah.
My brother was old enough to not be like my good friend because he was too
plastic
old for that.
African.
But he was old enough to still be young, close enough in age where he could pick on me without it being totally absurd.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, did he ever bust up somebody else who was picking on you?
No, well, that just never, that situation never presented
Never
itself.
presented. It's fair enough. Fair enough.
Too
So he-
sly. You're always
he
too
was the
sly
main
to be in that
picker.
position.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was, tiny and I had to figure out, figure out good ways of getting myself out of situations, which
Yeah.
I was pretty good at.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I mean, on a quick side note, did you see that Chris Jocelyn finally got a tray
Oh
flip
man, how could you not see, dude? It's like it's like broke the internet.
at what's it
Never
called?
heard of
That
him.
it's called
El Toro.
El Toro, right? And
The
the
Bull.
first time he did it, he broke his board, his trucks.
The
but
truck.
He kind of rode away, but most people.
I
say it
mean,
was a
I
no
can
count.
see. Yeah, I mean, I think he was the only one that saw it as a no count.
I saw.
I think
they-
a lot of. Oh, really? You saw some people saying it wasn't? Because
Yeah,
everybody
well,
I've
the
heard was
People
like,
that never
I
tried it in
consider
their
it a
life
make.
having an opinion.
Well, okay, so this is what he's talking about is these stairs, and I don't know how many. There's like 20 of them.
It's a big
There's
one.
probably
It's
a little
not
bit less
like-
or a little bit more. I don't know how many. It's not like Leon or whatever,
Not
but
like
it's
the big one.
it's like the second big, and it's here in the United States. It's in California at a school, I think. Anyway, he everybody's done all these tricks down it. Well, he did one 8 years ago, and he did a 360 flip, which is one of the most iconic street style skateboard tricks there is. And when he landed, he had so much momentum, because he's almost hitting terminal velocity, that it broke the truck, which is the metal part that holds your two wheels. And he rode, but he started turning, and he rode, like if the camera was in the right position, you wouldn't even seen that he came off his board, but he rolled and it started turning and stepped off his board. So he, in his mind, and apparently other people too, it was, considered not a true make because he didn't
Wasn't a
ride
true
away.
make. It wasn't a true make. I didn't think.
I
so.
don't know. It's I mean, I know there's some that aren't, but
You
that
guys
was
know what happened
there's
if
got to
I
be a
jumped off
limit.
20 steps.
Say that
Huh?
again.
If I jumped off 20 steps, I would just be dead. So for him to like at least land on the board that he started with, I don't know. How
Yeah,
that's
and they
fucking
don't
works.
do this. They don't do this one time. They're hucking themselves down these stairs, rolling on the ground and shattering the heel of their foot, blowing their knees out. A lot of times it's days. You can see in the tries because a lot of times they'll show them doing it, trying and trying. Well, they got different sets of clothes because they came back the next day. And
Sure.
they're there with like 10 people that sit there all day and watch these guys almost kill themselves. So he came back 8 years later. He's almost 30 years old, which
Ugh.
seems like he's a little kid, but he's as a skateboarder, that's like getting up there in age.
Yeah, he's got to
And-
be much
and-
better at that age.
Right. And so he came back and, he's been physically working out, and had a whole part, and there was a lot of cool tricks in the whole part. And he did this one trick that nobody else has ever done. And he did it absolutely perfect. And
It was perfect.
so like all skateboarding is talking about him.
So what
Somewhat
was the trick?
comical.
He kicked it and flipped it 3 times under his feet and landed it?
No. It's a. They call it a 360 flip or a tray flip. The board does a 360 shove it and also a kick flip at the same time, right?
Basically, yeah, it's a 360 kick flip is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Body stays straightforward. You don't do any body varial spinning or anything. So he does the.
It's a
360
beautiful
flip.
trick.
It's gorgeous. He does it, and then he has like 12 feet of air to travel through and keep the board under his feet without touching it. Because the trick kind of happens in the top 1/3 of the ollie. So the
Right.
rest is him just falling, and he is in such control of his board. It's perfection, I would say.
Yeah, you're kicking
He
something.
couldn't have
out
done
from
it.
your
He
grasp.
couldn't have done it any better.
I mean, no, because those stairs are so big. Like, you can't do a slow motion tray flip over the entire set. You're gonna do the tray flip and still have a long way to fall. That's just how
Yeah.
it goes with that kind of trick. And it was awesome. Like, I don't know if I've seen a better tray flip ever, to tell you the
Yeah,
truth.
I mean it was perfect. And this is the time of year when everybody releases their most best stuff, because there's a Thrasher magazine does this thing called the Skater of the Year. So you think, oh man, this guy's gonna win it, and then the next week comes out and 2 or 3 more parts come out, and you just don't know. Well, this guy, and he's old. Like I said, he's old for a skateboarder.
Sure. Epic though. Epic shit.
It was cool, but like if you're into skateboarding at all, or if you like look at clips on Facebook or YouTube, you're just
Or
getting this
Instagram.
one trick shoved into your face over and over because
Yeah, when I first saw it, there was no description. I'm like, wait a second, that was El Toro, and what
Yeah.
the fuck here? I kind of felt like people just are pirating it everywhere and putting it on their social media channel to get,
This is the way.
and it somewhat diminishes as like the battle, the war, like he would say, my war, like that he's had from, I don't even know when the other one was, like in the 2000s at some time. We're talking,
the last time he did it,
yeah.
it was 8 years ago. So
So it was 8 years ago, 20,
it was 8 years ago.
20 like 17, I guess. But that's like you said, RW. That's the nature of it today, you know.
And you can imagine it's like jumping off the roof of your house. That's how, height difference it is. But you're not only jumping, you're going what, 15 to 20 miles an hour, and just going forward. So
Taking your
it's
transportation away.
hard to
from you.
imagine, and then doing a trick and trying to land. Because the other times he does it, he does it like he's saying how you do it in the first part of the thing, and if it's not right, he has to kick the board away, because if not, you can imagine landing on the skateboard all messed up. It's going to be even worse than landing on your feet.
1 foot on, 1 foot off, and then they do that
Ooh.
split that rips their taint open. Ugh.
Or
Hey,
the-
Johnny Nicholson, am I looking forward to the World Cup? Well, one thing I'm looking forward to is that the matches will be at somewhat manageable fucking times, because most of the time with the World Cup, they're at like 6 in the
3 a.m.,
morning or
5 a.m.
1 in the morning, or I don't know when, but at least I'll be able to watch a few, because they'll be in North American time zones. So I am, and I'll definitely watch some.
Do you already have a team, or are you just going to pick a random team like me and vote for them?
I like England. I like Brazil. I like Argentina. Those are the big 3 that I've always followed.
Not
I'll
not
pick-
Tonga.
No, I mean Brazil. They play the beautiful style of, and then the England plays a little bit more of a straightforward style, and Argentina's kind of halfway between. So I like Germany. Germany's good too.
Do you like the French style of falling down all the time?
No, I hate the dives. I hate the whatever they call it. Although, remember when Zinedine Zidane headbutted that guy in the chest, and it was like all the rage? I don't know, what was that,
I do
15,
not.
20 years ago? That was wild.
I remember that guy's name.
Double Z. Pretty unusual.
Right.
Have you guys seen that Trump is planning on executive ordering the marijuana into Schedule 3?
Out of Schedule 3, right?
Say again?
Is it currently a Schedule 3 that he wants to deschedule, that remove it from that scheduling?
My understanding it was that he wanted to sign it into that scheduling.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was a higher schedule, or
Schedule
I don't know which way it goes.
Okay. that's, I guess, neither here nor there.
From 1 to
Essentially,
3.
now it's grouped with heroin and
Right.
stupidly LSD, which is like in a category of its own. But
Now, you've seen Reefer Madness, right? It's a very dangerous drug.
cannabis or LSD?
Cannabis.
The movie.
Yeah, of course I've seen it. You can't really sit through it. It's silly, but
Science.
you know, in the '60s, LSD was legal, and there's a famous Dragnet episode where Joe Friday catches some hippies, and he's like, "Where's the dope, kids? Where's the dope?" And the kids are like, "We only have LSD. We don't have any pot or something." I think he says, or dope. But like back then, it was LSD was legal until I guess the CIA decided that that it could be used for some sort of mind control that they came up with after they did the, what was it called, MK Ultra experiments.
Yeah, I don't know.
MK Ultra is LSD, yeah. The Monarch
think-
program.
Pretty. So the theory was at the time that they saw the strength of this LSD, that in like 1 gram of pure LSD you could dose like, I don't know, like so many thousands and thousands of people. And the FBI started thinking, like, with public water supplies and things of that nature, that like this could be used in a really nefarious way and not just as a recreational drug. So that's when it was grouped in with heroin. I don't know why cannabis was. I think cannabis had a lot to do, I think, essentially with like, to be frank, racism, because it was like very popular with black jazz musicians. And I don't know why they decided that its effects were equivalent to potentially that of heroin or that of LSD, or I mean,
This
cocaine.
music's just way too good.
I'm sure.
Slow down, boys.
I'm sure it had nothing to do with the medical aspect of it. I'm sure that it was how it degraded morals.
It was weird though. It's like all fallacy. It's fake.
There's interest. I can't find where I have it, but there's a study that was done challenging the medical use of marijuana because it's causing more problems than relief.
It's possible. I'm all for more studies, but if you want to talk about degrading of morals, then how about, booze?
Right.
Yeah, let's drink a bunch and jump behind the wheel. Let's go pick up a bunch of girls, that's
think
what
that-
you do on booze. That's
Well,
booze.
I mean, we already have had. You don't forget about the 19th Amendment and the 21st Amendment.
Prohibition.
We've sort of already been through that.
Right.
So, yeah, we swung and missed on that. So it's never going to be prohibited again. But yeah,
It's wild. And yeah, I mean, now that I think something like, I don't know, almost half of the states it's legal in, so the paradox of federal law and state law, having those two things not line up is somewhat silly in my opinion.
well, it's a huge problem for the business side of things. It's not a minor problem. It means that no business disputes between over legal weed can be taken to federal courts because courts cannot adjudicate and find for someone involved in an illegal transaction. So, I think it affects all downstream from that. It impacts businesses.
Yeah, interesting.
The study was actually an analyzation of 2,500 studies by UCLA, and they found that there's only solid evidence for FDA-approved cannabis drugs for chemotherapy, nausea, HIV-related appetite loss, and certain childhood epilepsies. And they're stating that the common dispensary use for pain, anxiety, sleep issues, PTSD, showed weak or inconclusive results with risks like addiction, to use, psychosis in youth, and heart problems in daily users stood out clearly. So that's the challenge to it. But then again, at the same time, that's for medical marijuana. There's states that are moving toward recreational use, and at that point, it's the same difference as alcohol. You're just consuming it. It's not the same difference. It's not the same thing.
There are certain doctors and certain medical groups that specialize in cannabis. One in particular here in Massachusetts, it's really doing some groundbreaking stuff, has shown using cannabis actually sort of along with chemotherapy, that they've had extremely promising results with shrinking tumors. And there's a lot to it, man. I feel like a lot of the studies are biased. Even if it's coming from a pro-cannabis doctor, they're going to make it look like what they're doing is saving people. And then if people are anti-cannabis, they're going to cite studies and find things that are going to be wrong with it or against it, I guess. It's hard to really know. I'm leaning back again. I don't know if I was getting quiet.
You're quiet, yeah. Damn.
Yeah, by the way, your mic was definitely quiet, like quieter than usual. It wasn't because you were just leaning back. There was something different in your settings or your connection or something.
Okay. Settings. I'll go there now.
The argument that alcohol is much more detrimental to society and it's more of a free use drug, it's decriminalized in certain scenarios, is a good argument. To have marijuana as a free use so that people can't go to jail for having it or consuming it, and I think just awareness of potential issues from it is important.
What the hell?
Wait a second. How's that? Any better? Okay. A little too much?
Yeah, that sounds better though.
Okay. I think I found the problem.
Like when we're sitting talking with our headphones on, I don't notice it at all. But when I was on the television app, YouTube app, it was like last dance you could hear plain as day, and you couldn't hear what you were saying at all.
Okay, how about now?
You're fine.
You definitely sound louder. I can hear a little bit of the fan noise though.
You must have turned off the background.
Yeah.
All right. Some fucking thing happens every once in a while, and basically my settings on my computer settings turn the volume down on my mic. I don't know why that happens.
Well, it could be your computer updated with a new driver for your audio driver. It could be something like that.
That should have taken care of the fan.
Yeah.
Now let's go back and fine tune the
there
audio.
you are. Yeah.
All right, sound. I'm gonna go with right about here. How's this for audio? Too loud? Are we peaking?
I mean, for us, it's not going to be a big change.
It's a little loud, but
It's going to.
try it when you're sitting back and see how it is.
All right, how are we now?
I
How's
think
that?
You're
I
fine.
think
I
that's
don't.
it
I don't
right
have
there.
headset, and you're fine.
That's pretty good.
All right, we're gonna go 56 out of 100, and I was at 20 when I checked it before.
That's
So
going to make a big difference.
you know who was right, and he actually knows a shitload about sound, was Scum. Scum just kept saying, "Steve, you're low. Steve, you're low," and I'm like, "No, it's because I'm leaning back. No," and the fucking guy was right.
Yeah, he was right. Yeah, for
He
sure.
was right. So, cheers, Scum. I'm louder.
I
now.
forgot when I got on here because I didn't even, like I said, when we're in the studio, it's not nearly as noticeable.
True. Interesting. All right. Well, now it looks like Johnny Grammaticus is going to Boston for Scotland. I believe he probably means Boston, Lincolnshire, or Boston, Massachusetts. I don't know. Is he coming over here?
That's what it sounds like to root for Scotland.
Well, John, I don't really know you, but we could meet in a public place, a very
Except
crowded public place
that's
for
not-
Guinness.
That's not Johnny Grammaticus. That's Johnny Nicholson.
Well, whatever. Johnny
Abort.
Nicholson.
Or
I think he's been here before too.
Yeah, he has.
Speaking of going to see somebody, we almost bought a car in, I want to say it was like Foxborough or something. It was just outside of Washington D.C.
Foxborough?
No,
It was
there's no
Fox
Foxborough.
something. It's Fox something. Foxwood. Fox. I don't know what it was.
You're naming all these Massachusetts towns.
Fairfax.
That might be it. Is
Fairfax.
that like? I mean, that could have been it. Anyway, it seemed like it was like 45 minutes from Baltimore.
Yeah, I should know it.
You're gonna grab a McLaren.
No, actually, it was a Audi with like, because what we do, we find vehicles that, you know, have like no miles and they're older, because the depreciation matches the vehicle, not the mileage.
Mm.
So if it's a higher end vehicle, it, you know, it's 15 years old, it's lost 80% of its value, you know. So if
Okay.
you still get it and it's brand new, it's got a lot of life left in it.
So we have one for Audi. That's what you said. RW, would you please pronounce that car company?
Audi.
Last dance?
Audi.
Audi. Okay, so you're the Audi oddball. If
Is that what I called it?
you called it Audi, which I've heard before,
Oh,
but I've always
Yeah,
kind of-
Audi. Yeah.
Audi. That's fine.
Ask Sarita how she pronounces Nissan.
Nissan.
Nissan, because it's
Yeah.
a
That's-
double S.
That's the noodles, the ramen noodles.
Yeah, exactly.
The Japanese say Nissan.
What is the
Of
one
course
that we
they do.
created
Okay.
other day and I was right?
Emphasis on the second syllable.
I don't remember the other one.
Dang it. I was right about something and she doesn't remember which one it was.
I thought you were right about Nissan, but the way they
It's because of how they say it in Japan.
yeah, that's what I asked because that's where it's from.
Fairfax. It was Fairfax.
Fairfax. There you go. Fairfax, VA.
Oh, right.
Does anyone remember the old ways we used to pronounce Japanese or Jap car companies from when I was a kid? Did you guys have any of those?
Toyota.
How to pronounce them?
Race Rocket.
Yeah, well,
Toyota.
what
There
was-
was no Nissan. It was Datsun.
no, like it was a bastardization of the word, like Mitsubishi,
No,
Mitsu shitbox. No,
that's definitely not anything from my childhood.
I remember something like that.
Toyota, toilet odor.
No,
Nobody-
no.
I never heard that.
Any of those? Jeez.
I'm with Aphid. It's only the rice burner or the rice rocket.
Yeah.
Rice burner. Yeah, that was a good
Ricer.
one.
That's the one I heard.
Yep, fairly a slight smattering of racism in that one too. So actually, the most racist because of the
Mish.
rice.
Then I
Racist. Sorry.
Lord.
I started referring to Ricer as just any souped up, aftermarket souped up Japanese car.
Oh, okay, interesting. Nice, that's classic. All right, what else do we have for good subjects?
I got you, bro. You guys didn't talk
Oh,
about the U.S.
here's
forces.
a- Here's a very quick one. Let me just butt in. Today, Dick Van Dyke is 100 years old.
Good for him.
Happy birthday to Dick Van Dyke.
Would be, right?
No, he's
still
alive.
kicking.
He's alive.
Oh, shit. That's an old dick.
Last I
He's
heard, he was
still-
alive.
He's still going too. I mean, he can get
Yeah,
up and
he
move around
can
and
move.
dance.
Right. He's not like Jimmy Carter was.
And his memory
Said
still.
if I went at 100, I can move.
Yeah, no, he's not like Jimmy Carter. But I saw an interview with him.
I'm alive?
An interview with him just recently, and he said he's always looking for work. He said that's his key because they asked him. You know, obviously, that's always a question they ask old people. So, what's your key to looking so young?
Drugs. And
But he said
pornography.
working,
Oh,
which I agree with him.
Much
I'm going to
more
work till I
logical and
die.
True.
Yeah, I heard him answer that many times. He said things like working, keep moving, and he basically also along the lines has said two things to avoid: anger and hate, which
Oh, good for him.
I agree with. I mean, I would also throw in stress. I think stress kills a lot of men. Stress is detrimental to the heart.
I don't want you guys stress me out by talking about it.
Right, I know. Trust me.
Stop stressing.
That's why you
Don't
gotta.
have kids in your 80s, fellas.
That's
All
why
right,
it's good.
I'm gonna show a quick clip of on X of Dick Van Dyke, if you don't mind.
Just gonna put some
Are you
dick on
getting
the screen
choked
for a little
up?
bit.
No, I was actually trying to avoid burping out loud.
All right, have some scotch. That always helps.
Yeah, I did. I think that's what was the cause.
Dr.
All right.
Steve in the house.
Here we go. Full screen, full volume.
That's a hairy dick.
Go. Now,
Oh, that
I
was
don't
terrible.
think he's obviously not 100 there, but I think he's in his late 90s in that video, maybe even last year. So that's even just that little bit of movement is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's better than me.
Yeah.
He does look loose. I mean, honestly.
Lucy.
I mean, he's been moving around. I mean, if I was to get up, I'm not moving like that. If I've been moving around, I can pull that off, no problem.
Yeah.
He did it's been 2 or 3 years ago. He did his wife is quite a bit younger and she's in a band and she did a video and he's in the video. And in one part of it, they make out with each other and it was so uncomfortable.
Don't tell me she's like in her 20s.
Mm-mm. I saw her. She was with him on the interview. I saw actually Al Roker did the interview. It was on the Today show in the morning, just like 2-3 weeks ago, and she was there with him then, and she looked much older than she did in this video. I guess she had a lot of makeup on and was all done up for her band, you know.
Yep.
But in the video, it's completely cringy because he's got this, you know. It's like it's unnecessary. And it's
Right.
just creepy. It's gross.
The Dick Van Dyke Show, was that a talk show, like a late night talk show, or is that something
No.
else?
It was a sitcom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was also in Mary Poppins and
Yes,
Okay.
I loved his Mary Poppins role. People complain about his accent.
his
and
accent.
It was terrible, but I still loved it.
Was he the chimney sweep in that one, or is
Yep,
it
yep,
Chimney
yep,
Bang
yep.
Bang? Or
He was the
all
chimney
all
sweep,
together?
Yeah, it is widely recognized as the worst Cockney accent ever put on film. And
Right.
I even like you guys or us or like me could do a better one. That was
Yeah,
just
I know.
horrible. It was horrendous.
Go ahead,
like
Steve.
distorts his
show us the
face
way.
like
Well, just that guy Michael Caine, he is Cockney. So just try to do an impersonation of him, and you're doing a Cockney accent. That guy he's hilarious too. But
I'd have to look him up.
Pretty British.
Michael
I
Caine,
Michael Caine.
funny dude.
Michael Caine was in the news this last
Reality,
week.
The guy that makes her.
Was he?
Yeah, he
yeah.
he gave the rights to his voice for AI purposes.
Oh wow.
Or
Live
sold
on
them.
forever.
So there's a little bit of movement with the AI thing and entertainment this past week, and he was one of them. There's 2 or 3 other actors, but he was the one since you mentioned it.
It's got to be
Wow.
the guy that they say is 100 years old and has looked the same forever. The voice of God, the black guy,
Oh.
James
oh,
Earl Jones.
No, Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Morgan Freeman.
Him and the guy that does the nature documentaries.
Yeah.
David Attenborough.
Yes, those are guys I can totally see making a major payout before they're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Attenborough is good. I mean, I'm not going to deny. I like his
Yeah.
stuff.
Every time I hear him, I'm like, is that guy's not even around? Is he? This looks new.
he is.
Yeah, he
around.
is. He's still kicking.
What's
He's
creepy?
got to
is
be ancient.
I don't know if
family
he's
can
still
pay-
working. I think he might have retired finally.
The
They-
family
they-
can sell their father or whatever post-mortem because all they have to do is AI has to consume so much content that they've already put out to capture the voice.
I don't think it takes much.
Yeah,
I think you can get your own voice done
in like 30
I
seconds.
saw this thing. It was really interesting. This guy, he was a like a reporter, or I guess it would be a reporter, not like a reporter for the news, but like, made stories and stuff. But he had his. Are you signaling? Are you got a plane coming in?
Yeah.
I'm signaling to the air traffic controller over here to go ahead. You can let him on if you see fit.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Oh,
I
there
mean,
he is.
it's not my show.
Anyway,
Keep going. If you keep
saying
going.
about the West End and East End and all those things that's happening because your boy is 100 years old, chimney,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a dying breed, isn't it? The old West, if you will.
Right.
How's
So
it
anyway,
going?
this guy had his voice done, and he did it he went through the process and that. So, and he started using it. First he was using it for telemarketers and telling it what to say to them and everything, and then he gave it a brain of its own, because you can, through AI, you can make it come up with answers, but it was still doing it in his voice and everything. And then he did it and that was all interesting too, but he did it with his friends, and he let the AI generate the responses and everything. And they, some of them were concerned about him. They thought he was either having a stroke or they could tell it wasn't the reaction, but they didn't know it was they didn't know it was an artificial voice. They thought it was really him. They just thought something was wrong with him because they could tell it wasn't giving response. And then afterwards, it kind of, he said it's put a strain on their relationship, because at least verbally on the phone and when they communicate now, because they're uneasy and never sure, from here on out, if it's really him or if it's, he's doing another part for a story,
Sure.
and it really bummed him out, really depressed him.
Should.
It's like almost 17 years ago, a guy used a fake voice and managed to corrupt a company and transfer about £7 million into another account. Because he baited them for so long. He got the name of the boss and everyone, and he just, before the AI.
Right.
Huh.
The people that are creating AI are moving into the realm where they're saying openly they want people to have their own AI companion that handles those things for them, so they don't have to do them all. And like talking to the friends you really don't like, that could totally be something they throw into that category, where you're keeping in contact with these people that aren't in your S tier list. So you're kind of like still friends with them, but it's some other AI entity that has your voice that's doing it for you.
That's not healthy.
It's not healthy, but it's corporate.
I mean, dude, I don't even find it healthy that people are using AI to make SQL language. You know what I mean?
To make what language?
SQL.
SQL language.
I
So
don't
they
understand what that means.
developing databases through it. That it's already happening. That's why it's going beta, bigger.
What is the
I
SQL
think-
language?
I think AI should essentially be illegal.
Damn.
Prove me wrong.
Make it that. I mean, they paid for it, man. That's
Well-
why I think. That's why we have what was it?
Let me come up with a good response. Hold on.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to go against Trump now. He just did a federal executive order that states can't have their own regulations on AI.
I know. You can't have it state restrictions. It has to be all or none, because you're only going to create weakness and strength if you have restrictions in one place and unlimited in the other. It has to be. It's never going to work. What it ends up, this fucking AI is going to be and end up probably being extremely detrimental to society in the long run.
I mean,
So
I haven't.
Guaranteed.
Well,
When I say AI should be illegal, I say we would be better off without it. It really serves no purpose. Elon Musk is fucking putting these pictures up of like AI, like sexy AI creation women things that like are warriors. I'm like, what the fucking do I care about that, dude? Who gives a fuck? You have some server that's eating hundreds of megawatts and trying to create this dumb, stupid fucking thing for him to tweet out like that is, who cares? And and the other end of it, it's gonna take jobs away from people in like IT, from accounting, your basic marketing. I just find it to be anti-human. And since we all are, human, it's not going to actually benefit us. I think it's going to harm humankind.
The reliance on it,
I'm not persuaded.
the reliance
I don't
on
agree.
it-
I don't agree with that.
I mean, I think the AI will always become binary. Personally, that the numbers that it utilizes on. Remember that, unless we get the true, what they call the light machine rather than the quantum qubit machine, right? Because that's the problem here that we're utilizing. That's why what is the AI machine that we're using? What is it? Intel, NVIDIA, and all those other mechanisms have paid billions into this thing. And as one said here somewhere, they don't have enough electricity to actually make it work.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's not incredible. I just think it's going to have. Do you guys think that it's going to have any detrimental effects? If you won't say detrimental overall.
I think every technology has pros and cons, but
What are the cons?
over-
You name me some of the cons.
well, technologies that are more efficient than people in the short term take away jobs, but nobody is missing. There's the famous case of the Luddites.
Well, I would say Nobel Peace Prize. Wouldn't it be that Nobel created TNT?
Dynamite.
Yep. And Nobel Peace Prize is there for people to say, yeah, you made peace.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a perfect thing.
AI is the same thing, isn't it? It's like both sword and
I think that there will always be. We lost RW.
He'll be back. But what about the Luddites?
Yeah, I can't remember what they were, but they were somehow involved in horses. I don't know, making horse carriage wheels or something, and they railed against the automation.
Yes.
And we don't really say today that the demise of horse buggies has been harmful to society. All right.
Okay. Look at the might of, say, China to America, right? Just what's going on in this world right now. AI is being utilized on all fronts, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
It's
In
being
China?
integrated into most technology.
Yeah, but China's doing it. They reverse engineering your stuff. It doesn't mean they can make it to your precision, because generally, that's what China gets it wrong. It's like, oh, we can do it, but they, the pastry when you need like concrete.
Yeah, I mean, what's considered the AI of today is one type of AI. What the fuck are you doing? It's considered it's one type of AI. It's a large language model AI, and it's someone's bored.
I'm just trying to fix your thing with the overlay of the chat. See,
There's no way to fix it. It has to be over somebody.
I wish I could have a blank window of just a black window, so it was 3x3 with a black window down there.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You could do that
could.
by entering the chat a second time.
That's
So
right.
I just want to. I want to counter.
You could
argue.
present the chat as a pop.
I mean, entering the
and take it off your screen.
yeah.
So
I wanna
you'd share
counter-argue last
the
time.
window of the pop-out chat and then kill the overlay. It wouldn't be that hard.
If resources run out, then
Mhm.
let's say for your argument towards the horse and cart, no one really misses that technology. If we run out of fossil fuels, and then if no one has horses, we're going to be back to walking, that type of argument, or a bicycle. For AI, if we run out of electricity, if the grid ever goes down and everything's based on AI, which it's already based on the internet and computers anyway, so if electricity goes down, we're absolutely foobarred as a society. But more so, I think the biggest issue that's happening is people are giving their mental power over to an AI so that it does it for them. And if they continue to do that long enough, if they don't have that resource or tool, I'm concerned that their ability to do it for themselves is going to be basically retarded.
You're
Yeah.
saying you want to shut down progression and not improve on technology, because if something did happen, we could still, we would have to. It makes more sense to exploit and utilize the technology we have in front of us now. And if we get put in that situation,
There you go.
you
Now
gotta
you
mute
let me
that
just
one.
mute that. Yeah.
Trying.
There you go.
All right, here we go.
I don't
if
want
I
to
just-
stop progress of technology, but I think it's important for humans to be able to continue to do those processes for themselves, so that in the situation where that technology is ever taken off the board, society's not crippled.
For me, the issue that there is no governance over this, that we're actually having as a network of people from the Western Foundation standpoint of view, that we're saying is happening, because that's already going on anyway. Like the ethical ideas that the kids, remember, it's the kids below us that don't know what the fuck is going on. We're old, man. We're spent already. That's why I
What-
always say, if we don't change it, what are we changing it for our view? No, we've got to get active in there. We've got to make them think of things that are over them and why that is. And they've seen that COVID shit. Now they say, oh yeah, the world's dying because of this and that, and now it's World War III because of fucking Russia, and they're fucking wrong. The ideal should be, what is the China, Russia, all of us doing? Yeah, AI. It's going to make us see things better, because no matter what you put into an AI, it will give you a product outside. Remember that. That's all it is. It's not a thinking thing like you and me.
No, it's not. Let me
Yeah.
try to put the current generation of AI into perspective. So the internet, when it first came out, people had trouble finding things, so they came up with search engines. That was revolutionary. And then Google made a smarter search engine, and that was sort of the version of AI then. The current version of AI is very much equivalent or similar to having a Google search engine that is able to, instead of presenting you with a number of results, it reads all the results and is somehow able to distill information from those results. That's what current AI is like. It's not, if you call that revolutionary, it's not much more revolutionary than when Google came onto the scene in 2000 or 1999.
But it's still analytics, isn't it? It still breaks down to that.
As what?
Analytics. It's analytics.
I don't know what that means, but it's taking strings of information and figuring out which sentences, which words are more likely to follow other sentences and other words. It doesn't actually, what we think of as knowledge, that doesn't work that way, at least not yet. So I don't see it as replacing replacing people yet. It certainly is a lot more efficient than using Google to, look up what is the pros and cons of the 25th Amendment. You will now get a list of the pros and cons instead of getting a list of 1,000 links that discuss the pros and cons. Now you'll get one
Link.
that is kind of a best guess.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If you have an intricate, large-scale heating and water heating device that has onboard computer and all of this kinds of things and like tons of moving parts and tons of circuitry, and it's doing something funny, and you ask AI and you name specifically what this thing and what the problems are, and you phrase it in such a way as that what would be the components that would be not working that will cause this problem or cause it to act this way, and then it can give you an answer. Like, it can essentially take the place of a highly trained technician that would have to service that thing
Maybe.
and diagnose it. Maybe it's not perfect, but I've seen it work
Well,
in real world situations, and even to such a point where the components to replace them all, if it says 3 of them, might amount to like $400. But to hire a technician to come out, do the whole rigmarole, decide it's only one of the 3 components, let's say that could end up costing you like $1,200. So like, you just take the AI answer, replace everything. Not to say that I've done this. I've only heard of such a thing because I would never admit to using it in that way. But in these particular scenarios that I'm naming, it actually can be successful. Like, if real world shit, like if, say, we knew somebody who had a printer that did some intricate printing, but it was doing something funny. And he asked it, why is my printer doing something funny right now with the ink and this and that? It might give you like a reasonable answer as to what components need to be replaced, or whatever said, technical advice is that you're looking for. It's pretty amazing the way that it can scan so much.
Yeah. I think that is the sweet spot for the current generation of AI models. I think that, I would say that is fantastic.
Totally.
Okay, but then
And
branch out.
let's apply that. Basically, it can read every manual for every component for every furnace made, and it can read every article about problems, issues, and how that maps onto a broken component. And, it can digest all that and give you based on what it's digested, give you the answer, the most likely answer, and then what it thinks of as the next most likely answer. There's no way today that it is going to replace a knowledgeable repairman, because for one thing, there's only so many components, and a failure, there might be, a given symptom might have 10 or 20 different causes. And
Rarely,
well,
I'll tell you that.
it might have a few.
Usually
It's-
two to usually
I
2 to 3. You'd be surprised. And
well, then
like,
that's wonderful. Let's suppose my garage door, doesn't close, and it makes a kind of a grinding sound, or not a grinding sound, but a buzzing sound.
That's the car that's crashed into it.
Well, I don't know what that is, but if I give it an AI and it says, it's probably a capacitor. Well, capacitor is what, $50, $25. I'll put it in there. If it works, even if it doesn't work, it's just $25. The cost of actually hiring somebody who's an expert will be much more than that. And
much more. And you have a new capacitor, so that's not going to fail within the immediate future. So win-win.
You know?
I don't want to argue the efficiency of the tool in itself because, yes, I agree. AI's ability to gather information and efficiently give it to us is fantastic. What I'm concerned about is people that are farming out their own creativity, using ChatGPT to write for them, using to compose music for them, to create imagery for them. Anything it's
God
doing.
damn, man, this guy's on it. Yeah. It'll take away the ideal of themselves. It's going to
It-
drain themselves of who they are.
Yeah.
It is for the young man. They're doing it, man.
It's already over anyway.
I
They took it
see. I
away.
disagree. I think it only superficially replaces human creativity. You know, if you look at, you know, God bless him, may he rest in peace, Duke's creations towards the end of his life using various AI models
Yeah.
to produce online art. You know, for him, the AI was a tool. It was reflected, you know, he would decide what things he liked, what things should go together. There was no way that you could just have the AI produce an entire thing and he would be satisfied with it. He definitely has his own flavor, his own things he liked, his own ideas, and they were reflected. And he relied heavily on AI tools to do, you know, a lot of the heavy lifting.
So look, think of a young mind that's growing up at a school age. I think the ability to write creatively, to express oneself, to create theory or debate is very important for the development of the mind and the ability to communicate. If that's farmed out from the beginning, I think that will come at a cost.
That's but that's already happening in the Western Foundation, let alone what's going on with what we were speaking about already. Because
Right.
they've forgotten about those things, the hardships that they came from, our forefathers. You
We will
know,
see the
don't
results of
know
it in the
those
next
things.
10
I
years
reckon,
when they get
you know,
into a higher level.
I mean, there's violence and also, you know, what you are and what you stand for is great,
This-
right?
The
You can't
strength,
go-
the
Yeah, but-
strength of large language models is language, and it does a
Okay.
great job in putting together, making sentences, making paragraphs that are very well constructed, and that's something that has to be addressed because AI can write a paragraph or 10 better than I could ever have done. Period. Even paying attention in class, in writing class, and in English class, AI can do a better job. So I don't know what you do in the future for those subjects, but you know, it's not going to learn. It's not going to be able to do creative mathematics. Not the current generation.
But
It's not going to be able to prove theorems that where it can't be directed.
if an individual is doing studies and onboarding information and gathering information and they're using tools to do so, that's fine. I don't think that's a problem. But if they're outsourcing all their projects and just having other things do it, they're not actually gaining any of that information. So when they get down the road, if they ever
Well,
don't
give
have
me an
access-
example. I'm
Huh?
going to ask you, come up with an example.
best examples I have are students that are using ChatGPT to get through college. If they're
Get through
using,
what subjects?
I don't know, pick a subject.
How about American history?
Okay, if they're going to have a project on, let's say, Beethoven, your PFP profile, they're going to have to write up and study information on that individual. Well, if they are able to cheat by having a computer gather the information and create the writing prompt for them, that individual doesn't have that knowledge of that person personally.
Well, that is a challenge. I wouldn't, you know, you're making a conclusion. I agree that is a challenge for the university to solve, but there's no reason why the university can't be creative in discovering whether that person actually knows the material or doesn't.
Right. I think they're getting more wise to the situation, and I hope that they continue to move in that direction.
You know, there's innovation on the technology front, and there's innovation on every front in response to that technology. So I guess I don't believe that there's any permanent, you know, failure of universities to measure human knowledge. I think that they have to adjust. They have to figure out how they're going to deal with AI, but I'm confident that they will be able to deal with it and correctly measure what needs to be measured.
We'll see in, I say 10 years time from now, we'll have enough age on the individuals that were skipping through school that way to see what happens on the back end.
My expectation is that these tools will actually graduate a much more knowledgeable cohort than previous generations.
That's interesting that you're coming up with the opposite side of the spectrum. Is that an optimism versus pessimism thing?
A little bit. It's just because it will be that as a tool, it will be able to present more and better rounded information with more detail, easily accessible than was before. Instead of having to trudge to a library and comb through dusty volumes, which I admit there is value there, that information will be more easily accessed and more quickly and distilled better.
Let me ask you this, Last Dance. Are the memorization skills of the modern students that RW is talking about going to be the same as the memorization skills of people prior to this technology?
Probably not, but
Let's go. Obviously not.
Okay, obviously not.
Right.
But the same thing, even my fat old geezerly ass encountered the same issues when I was in high school, because scientific calculators were a very controversial thing for that exact reason. And people, teachers and educators and lay people worried that students wouldn't be able to do arithmetic anymore because the calculator would do all the work for them. And perhaps to a certain extent, that happened, but there was no, mathematics didn't suffer as the result of a generation of students that used calculators.
But mathematics on a functioning scale in society is addition and subtraction, rarely multiplication and division. We're not doing calculus on a daily basis, thank God. But
yeah, but students that use calculators for calculus still learned calculus. Those that worked hard learned it. Those that kind of didn't work so hard, didn't learn it. And when they moved on to higher levels where that knowledge was needed, they struggled. So, it wasn't like the calculator could replace something critical. It could divide numbers quickly without having to do it manually. But in most cases, that just made life more efficient, not made people dumber.
What about literacy, though? What about AI and video format like we're doing now when it comes to literacy? Are people going to lose the ability of the written language because they have free access to voice communications?
I'm not going to possibly.
I'll say this: what if they do, and that proves to be a more efficient form of communication? Then so
Right.
be it.
If they do, it will only be because it was the right way to go in some sense.
And succeed.
I mean, if there was some advantage to using a slide rule in any perceivable way over a calculator, people would still learn to use the slide rule, because a slide rule is not that hard to learn to use. It was just made obsolete by an even more efficient tool.
The variable is electricity.
Electricity. Okay, so let's go to electricity. Something Plastic African alluded to was the difference between classical computing and quantum computing. Classical computing is what we know now. And yeah, these AI algorithms are very expensive. And we could just say they take a lot of energy to run on a classical computer. Now, if a quantum computer can ever be built, and that is an if, it's not a when, then it may be the case that, far more advanced computations can be done with far less power.
But in
Well,
most instances, you have
I
to
like-
have electricity.
I mean, I'll kind of quote something in some respect when it comes to that. It's like, penetrating so many secrets. We cease to believe in the unknowable.
And the what?
The what?
In the unknowable.
Unknowable.
Okay.
Yeah. But they're in this, nevertheless, only licking its chops.
I just want to finish the concept that the variable is electricity, because the written format is important when you don't have any electricity. You can write it down and hand it to somebody, and there's no outlet required for that.
Yeah. So here's what I'll say to that. I know where you're going. We're already in trouble no matter if AI
I agree.
didn't even exist. We are dependent in a very deep and troubling way on electrical power. I experienced this during the 2011 earthquake, which was a small earthquake, 100 miles away. And I wanted to call somebody to tell them I was okay. It was impossible. Every network was inaccessible. The mobile phone network couldn't get through. The landline network couldn't get through. There was no way. Unless you had ham radio, you couldn't get through to somebody outside your area or even in your area. So that little experiment taught me how fragile our current communication system is. Now, if in the 1800s, it would have been, you would have had the same earthquake, it would have been a disaster, but there would have been no expectation, no system dependent upon instant communications. So, they wouldn't have noticed the lack of communications. Now, kind of our entire system is built around the assumption that you can communicate instantly with someone far away using a network.
Right. I guess my generation, your generation, all of the generations here we still have a failsafe to go back to have an off-grid functionality. I'm curious if at a certain point, if that generation is not going to have a failsafe, if they're just banking on the fact that it will never fail, and if the system never fails, to each their own, whatever. But if there is a catastrophic failure, that's an end game scenario. That's a zombie horde apocalypse.
Yeah, I truly believe, actually. Yeah, come on, we're better than that, aren't we? Humanity itself, if you're looking at the overall arches, what is it? Control over you, right? You guys say you can use AI as your utilization. What are they doing it for? Why is the mechanism of the world going AI? No AI. Because they're trying to pretend they can understand the universe's secret.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Why is there a push for AI? Why did the tech billionaires, the tech bros, get the Time Magazine Man of the Year when there were a lot of other individual, actual singular human beings who might have been a little more suitable, depending on who you believe? Like, what is the purpose of the push for AI? Though it does seem useful, I don't really see a profitability of it yet there appears to be a massive amount of money going into it. I don't see a lot of money being gained from it yet.
What about control?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? The number of the vessel. Is it truly about what the West or East is fighting? Yeah, the ideas of it.
I look at it as corporations, not countries.
I mean, truly done. I mean, they've proven this, okay, literally in some respect, where they can actually, make a model. You put the model in and say, yeah, go. And actually comes out like 99.9%. accurate. You know what I mean? It works. But you still need the method to make it work. I say the material. You know?
Mhm.
I don't understand the premise.
Okay, so the Chinese reverse engineer the fucking world, don't they?
The
But
their
they don't
business
have
model
some-
seems to be taking, yes.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So what do we have that protects that from something? It's the pharma. That's right. And pharma actually, you know, in that regard, is still about structural enterprise IP, intellectual properties. And you know, in anything else now, hey, they don't give a damn about that. AI is breaking that foundation now. Let's go. Who's going to buy?
I'm not looking at AI technologies as one nation versus another. I'm looking at AI technologies as technocrats' power ability over the entire structure of the world, because the world's running as one economy now. I don't see it as multiples.
And why we had war with Russia?
We're not.
shits and giggles.
Yes. Funny text. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh so loudly. It just caught me.
It's all right. Your mic's working good.
Good.
World Stage Theater, propaganda, optics.
I don't see none of those things make. I don't know what the hell any of that means. RW.
Well,
World Stage Theater. That seems like an arbitrary grouping of words. That doesn't even really.
He's
Yeah.
responding to why are we at war with Russia?
well,
Oh.
just what exactly
He was kind of
one nation. Why are nations against each other?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the problem with the Western Foundation, is that we haven't come together again.
I think the greater question is what is the push for AI? But
But that's-
Russia is Putin is trying to make Russia whole again. To what extent we don't know. Is that going to include places like Poland? I think likely not. But
No, he's not going for Soviet Russia or
Let me change the subject back to something RW was talking about, and that is, what if the power goes out, and the questions like that. There is some truth to what you're worried about, because for a lot of technologies that are new, we tend to learn how to make them robust and safe and reliable only after there is a failure. And then afterward, we say, it was obvious. Why didn't we, do things with this sort of backup and that sort of backup? It's like that with cars. It's like that with aviation. It's like that with telephone networks. It'll be like that with every layer of technology above it. And then the question is, what happens when we get to a technology where you can't have a mistake? Because you don't get two chances. You have to get it right the first time. Like nuclear weapons. I mean, it's amazing that we haven't had an accidental nuclear war. Makes me wonder if we're destined to go through that.
well,
And-
Trump was talking some scuttlebutt about renewing nuclear weapons testing, which I just found to be the dumbest thing I had ever heard. But
Yeah, the problem is that Russia is continuing to develop nuclear weapons.
well, we should develop them too. But do you need to test something?
Well, some of the concepts they're developing are very, very high yield nuclear weapons, like Tsar Bomba or bigger.
Yeah, that was from the 70s, the hydrogen bomb, Tsar Bomba.
Well, now we were talking like there was some, I forget what, Russia's come up with some kind of a concept, and maybe they've made it, a sort of an underwater torpedo to threaten the east coast of the United States. And they're talking about
Is it
putting
big
a
enough?
100 megaton warhead or bigger on it. So twice as big as Tsar Bomba, if not bigger.
So delivery mechanisms more than payload.
No, it's totally about payload. The delivery is unique, but in order to make if you just fire a torpedo off the East Coast and it has a 1 megaton warhead, it's no big deal. But if you do one with a 100 megaton warhead, it potentially causes tsunamis that will, swamp Boston and Manhattan and New York City and so on. So they're kind of ramping up design and thinking about, just below the doomsday level yields. Doomsday would destroy the whole planet. These yields are kind of below that, but not much.
I hope the scientists that are messing with that plateau are very good at numbers, because I hope they're very far from that line of doomsday when they're messing around with these weapons.
Well, they didn't know that when they tested the first ones.
They had a gist. They had an
Right,
idea.
They were 99% sure, but I imagine that 1% was kept them up a lot.
If it hits the coast of Boston, the seaport, they're going to take out a bunch of dinks walking their golden doodles. And,
So are you for this or something?
no, they're Americans too.
You might want to look
big.
up what a 100 megaton
I know.
underwater air demolition charge will do in terms of tsunami.
More than
The
dinks
thing is,
were
it depends how close it gets. If it detonates in Boston Harbor, which is fairly shallow, the tsunami can't be bigger than the depth of the water. So,
Well, they'll detonate it wherever it does the most damage. So
exactly.
yeah, it can be anywhere, including a foot off the coast or 10 miles or 5 miles, whatever.
Out in Stellwagen
Whatever.
Bank, that's where you want to do it.
Well, then that's where they'll do it.
I mean, is the whole concept, peace through power, like creating weapons that are so destructive that no one wants to have a problem with you because everybody's got
that's-
such damaging weapons?
That is the whole concept. That's mutually assured destruction. But part of mutually assured destruction is that when your adversary makes a increases or improves their technology and gains a capability that they didn't have before, you have to respond. That's how it's been. That's how it was throughout the Cold War, and that's how it'll be in the future. So,
God
unfortunately,
damn it, man. AI will take over that attitude and take us to the brink of nothingness. You know it's going to happen.
If you really want to, if you really want to learn about it, there's a fabulous movie about it. It's called, what's the title? It's called Spies Like Us. It's a great movie. Actually, Dan Aykroyd's character is based on the life of Last Dance. So,
not at all.
no.
Hope royalties are involved.
But really, that's a somewhat funny. It's a comedy from the Cold War era, and
Yep.
I thought it was
Keep an eye out
lovely.
for it.
Man, I haven't seen that since I was like 10 years old.
But Aphid do you ever forget that tasty Russian chick stepping out
That's
of
what
the
I was.
tent?
That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can remember.
I mean, God, the body on that woman. Oh,
She
talk
had
about
like a-
Sada Bomba. Woo!
She had like a white
Star bada boom bada bomba.
big
my
outfit
God.
she wore, the coat
Lord.
and everything.
Yeah,
I
she
can
has
totally picture her.
lingerie on. Then she zips this like
Yeah.
super thick down coat over the top. I'm like, yep, that's how hot chicks dress in cold weather when I'm a little kid. You're like, yeah, I don't know any better. So, my God, that movie was great. I loved it. Really took you all over the world. Somehow they're in the Middle East with Afghanis, and then all of a sudden they're in Russia. It was really a quite a feat. Loved it. Have you ever seen it, RW? No?
No, I'll keep an eye out for it. I've never seen it.
You're not going to come across it arbitrarily. You'd have to.
Yeah, it's not ever on cable. I mean, like I said, it's been since I was 10 years old, I think, since I've seen it.
I don't know. Prime is probably on Prime if it's that old.
I could just
might
look it up for you.
Hopefully, it's not one of those ones they charge you for.
I ain't paying.
Does
for it.
everyone here have Amazon Prime?
I do.
I
Yeah.
do.
If I got enough people together, since like our boy isn't doing his Twitch stream anymore, maybe I should just like get a Twitch stream going and get everybody I know to give me their Amazon Prime sub, and then can like
Yeah.
I don't know pay for this or buy booze or something. I don't know, like
It's on Plex and Tubi for free.
Okay.
Okay.
did you use that cheapo app that you got there that tells you all the free shit?
I just used AI, dude.
Oh my god! I remember
That's
there
No,
was
I used IMDb because you can just look up a movie and it shows where it's streamed.
all right.
It's,
Hey, you got any free stuff? It's Christmas season. Anything free for the Aphidlet Minute?
Every
Oh, that
single
was the thing I
Hallmark
was
ever.
gonna. Last Dance asked me earlier, and it was the opposite of that stuff that used to be free,
Oh,
and it was one of the things was I was at a fast food place, and I know it's Smoke Steve's favorite topic because he loves getting fast food.
what
It
place?
was Wendy's. It was
Yeah,
Wendy's.
that's one of my less hated places.
And I wanted a barbecue sauce tub, the little everybody's seen them, the little plastic tub.
It's not
And they
really a
wanted-
tub.
Yeah, it's a little, the little plastic container with the tinfoil
Yeah,
top that you
Little,
lift
yeah,
up.
all right, little peel back. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know what you want to call it, but that's what it was. And I asked for a barbecue sauce because I got French fries, and they went. I think it was 50 cents. They wanted to charge me for
Wow,
getting one of those.
You missed
seems
it.
excessive.
Oh man.
25 cents I could see. 50.
I
is-
can't even see that. Why you can
What
get a
the
free
hell?
ketchup. Why can't they give you a tub of barbecue sauce? That's ridiculous. But it was about that shit that used to be free that's now. Oh, the other one was, and see now I won't be able to make my. I was at this other grocery store, and I don't even know. I don't think you guys. Do you guys not have plastic bags anymore? That's like a big deal on the East Coast, isn't it?
nope. It was banned about a year ago here.
Okay.
No, we have them. We have them.
It's here. It's town to town. My town. I won't tell you whether we have it or not because I don't want to dox myself with
No,
a plastic
I hear
bag
ya.
mandate. But it's
Well, that's where you live.
it's town to town here.
Well,
Yeah.
and I was at it's called a Fresh Time. I don't know if you guys have those. It's a little bit, nicer, not nicer, but it's like a smaller, cheaper version of Whole Foods. So you can
Oh, yeah, we
have
call that whole paycheck over here.
and anyway, I went to check out. Fortunately, I only had like 2 items that I went in there for, and before I even started, it wanted to know how many plastic bags I planned on using. And it was because it was going to charge me per plastic bag I used. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how are you supposed to know how many bags it's going to take in the first place?
So you have to
And you're gonna
predict the
charge me?
bags.
Yes.
It's weird. It's
And-
weird that you got to tell it in the beginning.
Yes. It was before I could even do anything.
It has to do with the social credit score.
I think it's like, I think they like were
You
shaming
didn't
me
ask the
for-
person next to you, did it?
Yeah,
So how many
they were
bags would
shaming
it
me,
take
like,
for
as long
the
as they didn't come
jocket?
up
For the jock itch removal and the the
I don't
toe
know if they have
fungus,
that.
Binge.
I don't know
many-
if they have that stuff there. I
how
think
many
it was,
bags did it take? I mean,
certain
they
type
already
of
come in
pepper-
boxes.
it was a certain type of pepper I think I needed.
Jock itch, toe fungus,
Pepper?
yeast infection.
Right.
You guys
many
ever take a bath there?
How many types of pepper are there?
I don't. Well, some of the grocery stores, you can get it like a bell pepper, you can get a jalapeno, maybe an Anaheim, and that sometimes is it.
Habanero? No.
No.
You
So
wanted a special pepper.
So I didn't
No.
want to take 2 trips to see if they had it at first. It was I don't remember what pepper it was, and I think that's what it was, a pepper. I could be wrong.
Was it one of those dried peppers? Because those are
No,
good.
it wasn't. But yeah, I wish I could. They probably have those there.
If you're
But,
ever gonna make chili, buy those dry fucking
That's
weirdo
right,
dry
yeah.
peppers. Take
Yep.
some of the seeds out and then
Yep.
mix them with You put them in a food processor with some beef
Beef
stock.
broth. Yeah,
Or,
hot.
yeah,
So it
and you
softens it up.
yeah, you use that to add. Don't use that chili powder from the fucking can or whatever. Use those real.
I mean,
chili
you have to
peppers.
have that though, because
Oh,
sometimes you
so-
need chili powder.
You know, even for a guy like Last Dance, use vegetable stock in place of the beef stock and make a veggie chili with these. But if you have these whole dried chili peppers, the flavor is
Now these are not things you have to get in an Asian store, right? This is
no. White store,
Usually-
white store.
Any Food Lion, Safeway.
White store? What do you mean?
Not even a black
you should-
store, like a white store.
There's an Asian store around here called H Mart.
They probably
actually
have
a
it.
chain. It's-
I don't
It would
know.
be a
Don't
Mex-
go to the Asians. They'll have some.
It would be
weird
a
shit,
Mexican.
dude.
Yeah, you need to go to like a Mexican store to get it.
No,
But it's
yeah.
usually like a cellophane bag, and it's got a lot of times there'll be 2 or 3 different types of peppers in there,
Hmm.
and they sound like like a what do you call those things that you use, and they got that rattle like when you're in a band.
Maraca.
Oh,
Yeah, maraca. They sound like a maraca because the seeds are dried up
You know,
and loose.
I think I've seen that in the. They have a Mexican food section in one
That's
of
what
the
they would
stores
most
I go
likely
to.
be.
It's-
yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be in any of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
when you cut the stem off the top, you can flip the thing over, and like 95% of the seeds will come out.
Okay.
Don't kill
Right.
yourself getting every friggin'
Right,
seed
right,
out.
right.
Yeah, it's hot
But
enough.
dump most of them out, and then throw them in the food processor with whatever broth you choose. And that is a
Hot. It's gotta be hot.
killer base. Yeah,
But
the hot.
I bet it's more intense because they're dried.
Well, yeah, and it also
Hot.
rehydrates them, and the hot brings out the oils. Then that goes into the whole chili. It's just dank.
Yeah, I mean, I love. Yeah, that sounds great. Now
It's
you're-
chili
now-
season.
Now I'm
man.
tempted.
I just
what
made
do you
some
want?
chicken chili last weekend. It was
Oh,
it
whoa,
was pretty
whoa,
damn
whoa!
good.
Wait, white or red?
It was white.
White. Whoa.
You got a problem with that?
Is that like a Great Northern bean, or what is that for the?
Yes. Great Northern bean, chicken stock, chicken, onion. I had a poblano pepper in there, and then I put some heavy whipping cream in towards the end to thicken up.
Oh,
Is
Dude,
that a
I'm
green
telling you,
pepper?
dude. And then
Yeah.
you put some Colby Jack cheese in there after when it's hot. Put a dollop of sour cream in it. Oh my god, dude! You
You're
can't get
breaking
much
all the
better.
rules. Last Dance, it's like get out of here with that.
I don't do.
Cow cheese. Some.
I don't
coconut
do
cheese.
like hot, like any dairy hot anymore. I've cut that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've pretty much cut out dairy 100%, except for like good cheese, But
Wow,
Right.
I'm struggling. for
Man,
that
I
one.
was there. That's hard. I was at a point in my life where we had to do that.
I
have to
love
stop drinking
black
coffee
beans
for
and kidney beans, and I'm never going to apologize for that.
I mean, a good
I love
black.
black bean.
They are.
Right.
Talk about smelling your own farts. That's the only negative about black beans.
You're gonna be
Yeah.
a brilliant man.
Food is an incredible thing. The gut to you is an even more incredible thing.
Smelling
I
farts
want
is
to-
more incredible.
Yeah,
than that.
I've been making my own kimchi, man.
Ooh,
Learn this
I've
stuff.
heard about that.
Oh, I'd
That's a brave
I'd
move.
be real scared to do
I
that.
lost my appendix as a child.
Yeah, I don't like kimchi. I'm not sure what thing I don't like about it, but
The fermented part.
maybe that's it. Maybe it's fermented. I mean,
Do you like sauerkraut?
no, I don't
I don't
like sauerkraut. And I love cabbage and I love garlic, but I don't
No,
like
but it's
kimchi.
different. It's where you kind of rot it down anyway. But look, here's the worst thing, eh? Could you have sauerkraut and kimchi with, the rotten milk variant?
Ugh, sounds
You
foul,
know,
bro.
for breakfast. Come on, kids, it's good for your gut.
Fucking gross, kid.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? It is.
I mean,
I had some kimchi the other day. And
Africa, man, them fuckers are you,
I was
man.
thinking it's almost good. It has some good aspects to it, but the bottom line is I just don't like it.
what about gochujang?
Who? What? Where?
Gochujang, that Korean like hot chili paste that's fermented.
I don't know.
Yeah, you have to use that. Yes, of course. Yeah.
That is good shit, bro.
Yeah, damn right it is. You know what I mean? There's lots of Indian stuff as well, Himalayan, and it goes up, man, down. Food is an incredible thing. Again, it breaks barriers. Once upon a time, how much food cost for gold? Spices, everything.
Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
Like, 3 places that AI will never be able to come close to humans will be music, food, and really good writing. Now, it can do some rudimentary type writing, but it's never going to write like a really good human writer. That's just my thoughts from creativity.
I don't. There's certainly not in my lifetime. It's never going to do that.
No, the music thing, like, it's never going to do it because the type of really good music that comes around sometimes can be so simple that you're like, oh, well, nobody would have ever come up with that. It's so easy. It's so good, like AI, I feel like is going to look for trends, and the things that miss the trends are often the things that are the most popular,
I mean, the current AI can only look at what's been done, digest it, and reproduce something that's similar to it. So if you said, show me, compose some jazz piece, like make it, sound like John Coltrane. Well, it can,
Right.
It can scan all of Coltrane's work, but you're going to say, I've heard that already.
Why do we have all these unique moments in human history? The art, music, the drama, the philosophy, the everything that comes to it is because of time. And AI is gonna take what we're feeding it in that, and we'll never get away from that time.
Agreed.
Everything else will be coming off what it sees. And influences as well, especially with the youth. They
Right.
don't understand the history that those authors and those people and what they had to endure to go through that. And why you understand that as adults.
Yeah, it's a good point. For example, when JFK was assassinated, there was a very famous concert going on at Boston Symphony Orchestra, and the BSO was playing, and the conductor came up and said, I regret to inform you that President John F. Kennedy has been assassinated, and now we will play Beethoven's Funeral March. And now that was in real time. If you ever get the chance to find that video, it is amazing. The gasp from the audience, then the start of the Beethoven song, which was written 100 years before. And it's just a beautiful transcendence of time and music to one of the most formative things that happened in modern American history for our country ever. And just like a human created that, and it's the absolute perfect song for the country and for the sadness of that time at that moment for those people at that place. And this is where it bothers me that people think AI can equal things that are so profoundly effective for people, like that moment. Like, that is a human moment that is passed from the centuries that AI can never match. I don't know. Does that make sense, or am I just kind of rambling here?
No, I think AI can only parrot. Even when it's, quote, creating, it's really just gluing things that happened before together, trying to make something new.
Right. But if you feed it enough data that it can pull from, I think given time, it will still be able to create something that humans will find a connection to at that level.
Maybe, but I just feel like the result of the AI's effort, if you will, is never really even close to par with like the great music that we're given by human beings, if that makes any sense. Like, at least it hasn't yet. Like, AI music is a joke.
I disagree. There's a couple albums I've been listening to lately that I didn't even realize were AI, and they're at the point where I listen to them over and over again because it's jazz that's just that enjoyable. I think I think the technology is advancing. I'm not exactly proud to say that. I was concerned with it, and if it's in its infancy and it's going to continue to grow up, I have a feeling it's going to really take over a large majority of the consumer market.
Interesting, RW.
I don't have any.
Are you AI, RW?
Am I AI? No.
Oh,
Am I
damn, man.
using
I
the
think
screen
you
too
were-
much?
Surely he would do a better job of his physical appearance.
I don't think so.
It might be AI. You don't know, man. These days.
RW, are you listening to like some good jazz?
I've listened to different jazz over time. Yeah, I'm mostly just looking for new content, just trying to keep my ear to the ground for bands that are showing up and making it to the scene, because I do enjoy. I mean, my background before I had kids was just live jazz sessions, jam sessions, like creating music with percussion and vocals on the fly, and I loved it. I loved vibing with multiple people in one room, all on the same frequency. Creating
What did you
stuff.
play?
I was percussion and vocals.
Really cool. Yeah.
So I miss it a lot. And there's the oneness that happens in a band that knows each other well, the ability to play with the crowd and make the crowd a part of the experience all in real time. That's something that AI is not going to be able to do anytime soon that I can think of. It's not going to have, a metaphysical understanding of events and world events and people's feelings on different things. I don't think so. I don't know.
I mean, have you listened to, just throw a few out there, comes to mind, like The Birth of Cool, Miles Davis, I'm sure.
Miles Davis, I wouldn't be able to, I don't know him well enough to point out his stuff, but I've listened to Miles Davis.
John Coltrane, A Love Supreme, absolutely incredible shit there. Really avant-garde stuff.
I love jazz though. Like, I love the aspect of, because jazz to me isn't like something that you make up and then you perform. It's you just go and play music. That's why I always liked it so much.
It's wild, man. I've played along with some jazz bands before. I can play jazz. I can feel chords and pretty good with that sort of stuff, but my heart is definitely not in jazz. I like mine is in the jam side of rock and roll. I like the jam side of it though, more so than the straight side of rock. The Dead, Fish.
Yeah, I think I said this last week. Two of my favorite songs are from The Doors, Riders on the Storm and Light My Fire. And to me, the thing I love most about them is the kind of jazz flavored solos that are between the vocals in these songs. To me, they're just amazing.
Yeah, they're jazz-y. They're not jazz per se, but yeah, the keyboard solo in Riders on the Storm, it's good. But Riders on the Storm, the whisper track of Morrison underneath his vocals is absolute perfection, and then the best part of that song. So
to me, the
good.
difference is when you memorize a song, you're
May he rest in peace.
playing a set piece of information. But when you understand an instrument like a language, you can play that instrument at any given moment with other people that can speak that language.
Sure.
I suck at. I don't do written music. I don't. I just can't do it.
I mean, you can.
If I really wanted to sit down and study and practice, I could, but I just don't have any interest in it whatsoever.
It's a helpful tool when you're trying to learn a song. I'll tell you that much. I could read more guitar tablature than sheet music, but I can read. If you know what a middle C is on a treble clef, then you know where the next note above it is D and the note below it is E, because a lot of people don't realize it. Musical notes go in the order of the alphabet.
I don't know where middle C is on my drum, though. That's the hard part.
If you don't tune your drums, a lot of people don't. But there is you do tune drums in rock bands.
Right.
But did you know that music goes in alphabetical order, like the notes?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Yeah.
You did. I feel like a lot of
what do people think?
I feel like people don't realize that because it's not really said a lot, I guess. Did you know that, Last Dance?
Yeah, I did because I played the violin in high school.
And aphid?
What are you talking about? I don't know nothing about music, so.
Did
no,
you know
did
like
not
the
know.
note? Did you know the
No,
notes?
I didn't know. I heard you. I don't know.
You didn't know that.
Well, you got somebody on the panel. You got them.
I don't. No, I never played a musical instrument.
Yeah, but you do love music. I know that much.
Mm-hmm.
What do you love? The what are they? The Vaselines? Is that your band?
Pretty gay.
Vaselines.
I know what you're thinking.
I mean,
Actually, the Vaselines are really good.
Jar is never too far away from me, but
I can't remember what's the name of that band. That sings that song. She uses Vaseline.
That's the Flaming
Lips. Thank you, Flaming Lips.
Well, if you have flaming lips, it's good to use Vaseline.
They're actually I really like that Flaming Lips. They're a really good band to see live too. Very interactive.
And I know the Vaselines, I know because in fucking Nirvana Unplugged, he says this is a song by like the Vaselines or something, and I'm like, and as a kid, a younger man, and I still watch it. What song is it that he covers though? That's the Vaseline song.
If I had to lose a mile, if I had to touch feeling, no.
Well, let's use AI. Here we go again.
Here we go, boys.
I've never heard of the Vaselines.
Is it Jesus Don't Want Me for a Sunbeam? Is that a Vaseline song? It might be.
Is it?
I don't know the
Bible?
Vaselines.
I don't know.
I'm not the biggest Nirvana fan
It's,
either.
What
their music just slid right by me.
On a
Slid
cover
right by me.
Unplugged.
Please.
Jesus Wants Me for a Sunbeam. That's it.
Okay.
And it's a great, like, old spiritual tune by clearly a very religious band that goes by the Vaselines. Obviously, I'm kidding.
I saw
Lake
them
of
at
Fire.
I don't know Eastwood Farms.
I saw
Lake
them
of
at
Fire. Go ahead,
very
buddy.
very small venue before they made it big, which was
Nirvana?
credit to my history for sure.
Did they do all stuff from Bleach?
No, it was it Smells Like Teen Spirit was like just like it was just hitting it. So it was that album, the whatever that's called, the blue one with the baby.
That's Nevermind.
Is that what that's called?
I can't remember.
The Smells Like
Yeah, I
Teen
think it
Spirit
is.
album is Nevermind. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was blown away. I was like, what the fuck? Because I was a big fan of Pixies, and there was definitely a little bit of Pixies in it, but it wasn't the Pixies for sure.
Now, that album has the little baby swimming in water naked, and you can see his little, wiener, which as like You know, as a father or whatever, if I was at like a pool party, I wouldn't give a shit. But like putting it on an album that sold like whatever 15 million copies, do you guys, was that problematic at all?
Well, apparently, Little Wiener Boy.
I mean, it was art. I don't. When I go to the art museum and see a little baby with a little weenie, it doesn't bother me then
Right.
either.
Well,
Yeah,
wait a
like,
second.
sweet.
What about Robert Mapplethorpe's art from back in the day? Do you remember him?
Yeah.
No, you'd have to fill me in.
Oh, that was
I remember
very,
him.
very perverse.
Yeah. And he was defunded by federal grants.
And I would
At
say
least on the Republican side.
if that guy that gave that pedo that treatment in jail did that to Mapplethorpe, I wouldn't mind so much because I find that shit to be not right. Because, you
I
know,
gotta look it up. Is this gonna scar me?
Yeah, I'm
for
not saying there's not a line you can cross, but I'm
Oh,
just saying it
yeah.
doesn't bother me.
But I sure don't want art to be government approved.
well, Steve-O watches out for the kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm a father, and if no one else is going to do it, I'll watch out for the kids. I'll take care of the kids.
He's definitely a Satanist, and he liked dong. That's a quick definition of Mapplethorpe's imagery.
There you go. Satan and Dom. That's your type of guy, huh? Last Dance.
I don't. I defend
Actually, he
things
was-
that I don't necessarily agree with.
And he was a total vegan, 100%.
Yeah, somehow I don't.
He still probably ate sausage.
Oh,
He had black bean farts, and he was improving his IQ.
I think the Vaseline's played a big part in his life.
Oh my God. Yeah. I keep thinking Vaseline, but then in my head, I'm singing the Vaseline song by the other band,
Flaming Lips.
Yeah. which is just the funniest name for a band.
That
They're
is
so, they're
you
so
gotta
gay
listen to
sounding.
that full album is something to behold.
I had that album, and I had a number of, this was 30 years ago. I had a number 25 years ago, or maybe a little less. I had several of these CDs, and I was showing them to my daughter, and I would say, this one's an interesting group, and this one's has this, and this one is not for someone your age. And I set aside, I did that for two, and I gave her the rest. And somehow those other two that I put, in my drawer, they disappeared.
Of course.
And I didn't realize it. I just, I forgot them. They just weren't around until I was going in a room cleaning some stuff up, and there they were, like hidden under the bed.
Nothing is safe.
What were they? Do you remember what they were?
One of them was that Flaming Lips
album
with the what is it, like a cow on the cover, or somebody wearing like a fake cow suit?
I remember something like
I'm
that.
sure. I think I'm positive. I listened to it. It was cassette, is what I had it on.
Yeah, I think it was had the Vaseline song on it.
But it was always a song that we would play. I'm getting too personal here, but like before we got married, we were, we would just drive around until we couldn't stay awake anymore because we both lived at home. And that was always the drive homes, one where we weren't talking to each other. We just were like,
talked out.
It's
Yeah.
Did you ever listen to Detachable Penis? Do you remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
one.
I mean, did I listen to it? I listened to it on the radio. Did I have
It was hard to ignore it when it came on.
Yeah,
that was
and
like their
especially for
only
its
hit,
time.
I think. I can't remember the name. It had an interesting name of that band.
Don't remember, but
I don't
we
know.
can.
I feel
remember
like they might have had.
99
Actually, I think they
HFS.
might have had other songs.
What with the
another
internet
bit.
and all, we could probably find it out.
That's what I'm
fairly
gonna
quick.
find. I'm gonna find it out right now.
Last
gonna
Dance.
go
Did you listen to
urinate.
99.1 HFS?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I never went to an HF festival, but I was
I
a
forgot about
devotee of the station.
Yeah, no, that was basically the best option for new and upcoming music. DC 101 was sort of like its rival, but this definitely wasn't the same.
King Missile.
Yeah, King. I was just waiting for him to stop talking. Yeah. King.
I
Missile.
listened to HFS, and then when they went away, I listened to kind of the another station called WRNR, which was kind of the next closest thing, and then they got sold, and then I listened to WTMD, and that's what I listen to now. But I don't listen to radio that much. Towson, yeah.
Yep. Are they all Hispanic music channels now?
Well, HFS went Hispanic, but that only lasted like 2 years, and that really didn't work out either. And then they went.
I can't believe like that. I was like, what? Is there really that much of a demand for like maraca?
There really wasn't. It just, radio is a place where morons get jobs and fail miserably. They fail upward, or they did 30 years ago.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how radio stations really survive anymore. I don't listen to them. I have my own music most of the time, or I'm using a streaming service. So
yeah, I think they don't survive. There's no. I don't know how any radio station makes enough money to pay for music, pay DJs.
Right, like the commercials. If you were trying to market your product, do you really think you'd have that much reach on radio? I guess you would with a certain age group, but
I mean, yeah.
I have a question for the group. Let's say we all lived in Minnesota. All right, you ready? For
Minnesota.
This? Yeah.
OE.
Now,
my pillow guy.
Yes. So our election's coming up. Now, which team are you? Are you on Team My Pillow or Team My Tampon?
Well, first of all, My Pillow is only in the primary. I doubt he's going to win.
I'm not voting for fucking Mike Lindell or
exactly. But if
other guy, so
if it's Mike Lindell versus Tim Waltz, there's no way I'm voting for either one of those two guys.
Oh
no, I'm not doing it. If you made me vote for one of them, I honestly don't know.
You'd leave.
Who I vote for? I might vote for Tim Waltz.
Oh wow!
I mean, which level of crazy is most disturbing to you?
I think
which level of dishonesty is most disqualifying?
Well, he said Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Okay.
I said this before, but I'll say it again. Do you guys know why the My Pillow guy has the cross always on the outside of his shirt?
This is going to be good. No.
Because if it touches the skin,
it'll burn.
It burns, yeah.
That's good.
I didn't know the joke. I just went for my old religious teachings.
Okay,
I said that joke over and over back when he was involved with the steal the vote thing. Yeah, it's hard to believe that. I mean, how long is this? Have you've been doing this, and then before that, Hayden? Well, I guess since COVID.
Yeah, 2021, 2020.
Yeah.
Well, he started it in.
He started it during COVID because.
Well, he started it. Near the end of 2019 is when Hayden and Graham started.
Right when COVID started.
It was just at the tail end of 2019. They actually went and started going live. Then around lockdown in the United States, they basically started saying like, all right, this is getting ridiculous. We're turning into alcoholics. We're turning other people into alcoholics. And you know what? We're still here.
Cheers, boys.
Right.
It's your fault, Hayden.
People have come and gone. But yeah, basically that was the time when him and Graham were like, all right, this isn't going to help our lives. So we're going to stop this. And I think they started to realize they didn't get like what they had hoped for numbers. Understandably
well,
so.
I think originally he didn't care because it was every night.
But no, he didn't care.
2 or 3 weeks, it was like every night.
It was but they did it for like 3 months. Where
I mean, they were locked down, right? So
yeah, they were. Yeah. It was called the Lockdown Pub. the Prohibition pub, lockdown Prohibition. I can't remember, but
Prohibition
basically-
Pub vibes.
they the numbers didn't go where they wanted them to go. So I
But
think
what,
it
you
did-
know, that was the only thing, the only way to have human contact, or the closest thing to it. And so, yeah, you do it every night, or you get lonely, right?
Man,
Yeah.
that time is crazy.
Right. It's great.
I remember I did some outside work, and I was on one of the busiest streets in St. Louis, and it was like once every 5 minutes a car would drive by, and it was just like, what the fuck, man? This
It
is
was
so
weird.
weird.
didn't
and I-
make any
and
sense.
I thought that because the work I was doing was for a bar that was it was kind of a bar opening up, and I had already invested a lot of money in the materials to do this job. When that whole night happened, that the basketball game got canceled, and
Yeah, Rudy
Tom
Gobert.
Tom Hanks had COVID in Australia or some bullshit. It was
Yeah.
like one night, like the whole thing went to hell. And I thought for sure these guys were. I was like, "There's no way they're gonna still open a bar with this going on."
Right,
And I
Rudy
thought I
Rudy
was
Gobert.
screwed.
Rudy Gobert in the NBA like was making jokes, coughing and shit. Like, oh, I have it. Oh, watch out. He fucking had it, and he spread it to all these people, and he was making a mockery of it. And then he ended up kind of being the reason why that fucking shit happened at that game. And he was like this cocky idiot who was like a B grade player. I mean, he's good. Certainly ball me out of fucking town, but he wasn't like, you know, Allen Iverson or whoever was Steph Curry or some shit at the time. But yeah, I mean, Aphid, you're right. The time was bizarre. I mean,
Yeah, dude. I remember I got that check because I was like just waiting for them to say, you know, we're not gonna, and I didn't know what I was gonna do. I didn't know if I was gonna have to sue them. I didn't know what I was gonna do because I had like half down, you know, but it wasn't enough to cover everything. And I took the check and I ran to the bank and cashed that check and was like, oh shit, you know, there's one big hurdle, you know. But then it was like we were like getting the groceries and leaving them in the garage for 24 hours and wiping them all
that
down.
didn't
and
make any
shit.
sense, right? Yeah.
I remember that.
God.
I did all that shit.
I know. I was at the store and I'd hear somebody cough like 2 aisles over, and I'd hold my breath. And we only had like, because all our grocery stores have 2 entrances, and I'm sure
Yep.
yours are probably the same. And one was closed, you know, blocked off, and they would only allow so many people in the store at one time. It's just hard to believe that we went through that.
But let me just, as I always remind people whenever we're on here, all big box stores and groceries included in the U.S. have an exit in the back through the storage room. So if you're in the store, and you hear something loud and some banging
All
sounds,
shit goes down.
you just remember you can
Right.
exit out of the back of the store.
Go through
Oh,
that
yeah.
swinging door.
You don't have to
And
worry.
a lot
about
of people
the
don't
bathroom
know
stuff.
that. A lot of people hide in the fucking aisles or some
Yeah.
dumb shit.
No.
Just, I always want to remind people. The more people, like maybe someday someone will remember what old Smoke Steve says. Fucking save
Well, it
their
used
life.
to be that's where the bathrooms were. They really only had employee bathrooms, and
I was just thinking the same thing. You'd have to go back there.
you go back there through the double
swinging
doors,
door. Yeah.
swinging double doors where the
Yeah.
butchers are going in and out, and
It was
And
one
there's the
toilet like
bathrooms.
in a room.
not only is that the exit, but there's lots of dark corners where you can
Yeah.
hide
Yeah.
too back there.
So
Yeah,
the
it was
question is,
crazy.
do you take your cart with you full of food when you go out through the back, or do you leave it and run?
No, you
well,
run for your life.
Probably
Definitely.
whatever makes you go faster.
If it was back then, I'd keep that toilet paper under my arm. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, in my maintenance shop at the time, I ordered 120 something 8 rolls. I can't remember the number of this stuff when I got it. I was like, oh my god, I could practically use this to smooth sand like
Yeah,
something
one
down to. It was really rough, and
makes
to
it
this
last
day,
longer.
this is like 12 feet up in the back corner of my shop. And every once in a while, when I'm back there, I'm like, Yep, those days. And I still got it. I'm never going to use it, but like I ordered it because I thought like, well, I need to have something. And this was all that was available. I was going to use it to distribute to like whoever, like the bosses and shit.
Well, if you ever are in dire straits, you can use car oil and make it like a hobo candle and just burn it outside for heat.
Yeah, I mean, it's endless kindling, I guess. That's one way to look at it. It's
One
rough.
fly, man. That should be a crime against humanity.
It is rough. It's the type of toilet paper when you crinkle it, like it makes a sound. You know, that's bad.
Sound of your butthole chafing.
No,
I'd rather
like
have that
when
than
you
super-
fold up, like it should be the more silent, the softer it is. When it actually goes like gling, 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 when you're crushing it like that, it's almost like fucking paper. You know, like that's when it's not good.
I'd rather have the paper than the super soft, like quilted kind. I just don't like that kind.
What?
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's like you're wiping your butt with a handkerchief or something.
I like the soft.
Quilted quicker picker upper. Man.
No.
Yeah, a
Well, I have a
handkerchief
texture.
is
I have a
nice and
texture
soft.
problem. I have a texture problem too. So
You got a lot of problems.
First
I
world
know.
problem.
What are you
man.
gonna trying to sell us on some sensory texture thing that you have?
I do,
now?
man. Like this, I got a wool sweater on today, and if you notice, I have a long john or a thermal underwear underneath it because like my skin can't touch wool.
All right.
Why?
Like
It gets
my-
itchy, or
no, it's like it's a fingernail thing.
bad.
Like my finger,
Oh,
I almost can't even explain it. It's like my fingernails will get caught in the threads, so it just can't even.
you know,
Funny
you could,
enough, here I am busting your chops when I am actually one of the rare humans alive today that is actually allergic to wool. So I
Oh,
can't-
really?
yes,
so are you allergic to sheep?
yes.
He's busting your chops a lot, so he definitely has something against sheep.
No, I'm allergic to wool, and therefore, if a animal is walking around with a bunch of wool on its back, then yes, I'm allergic to it. Because I mean,
Well, let's put it this way: can you eat lamb?
I don't like lamb, but I'm not allergic to the meat.
I never
I'm
did
allergic-
either, even when I wasn't a vegetarian.
What about a Euro or a gyro or whatever you want to call it?
It smells. They say lambs supposedly is like the most human-like. So people who really love
that's
lamb
pork.
really like eating. Oh, that's long pork. That's what the Islanders would call it. But I've heard it said that that lamby smell of a whole leg of lamb roasting up, it stinks up to high heavens. That's
the most human-like taste.
yeah.
But how do you know
Oh.
unless you were interviewed a cannibal that also had lamb?
I can't know. I don't know. You're right. And there aren't any
I'm
left.
glad that's the case.
Yeah, when you say they say, who is this they? Because I'd
Maybe
probably
those-
stay away. I'd
Maybe
stay
those
away from
people in that plane crash in the Andes 50 years
them.
ago.
Mm.
They might be the only ones left.
Maybe
There's
they
no
said
one.
it
They weren't
tastes like
roasted.
lamb.
There's no one in Papua New Guinea that was a real, human eater anymore.
Right.
That would have been the place back in the day.
It's a survey.
Yeah,
What
for
is-
sure.
so, suppose you faced it's either starvation or eat dead people.
Oh, I'd eat dead people for sure.
Me
Wouldn't even
too.
think about it.
Me, I wouldn't even think about it.
I'm not gonna starve to death. They're already dead.
Right. I have no moral qualms
And
about
if they weren't dead, don't be sleeping too close to me. 'cause-
Yeah.
Oh, look who died last night.
You know what? I'm going to be wearing
The
wool
heavy
in one of
one.
those scenarios. I'm going to have my whole body full of wool outfits so that Aphids like, oh, not that guy.
Well, yes, I'd like to think of myself as having elevated survival skills to not have to go to that, but essentially you eat anything in a survival scenario that will keep you alive. So
That's right.
if you're going to discriminate, then
I've heard people say, no, I'd rather die.
Oh my gosh.
then they will be eaten first.
I think there's people that wouldn't eat a dog. That wouldn't eat a dog because of that.
Sounds rough.
Right.
Sounds rough.
I mean, if my little guy's with me, I'm in a survival situation. Sorry, bro.
I'm sure you've all. I hope you've all seen the movie A Boy and His Dog.
Oh,
That
I
sounds
have, but
familiar.
remind me about it because I know the
It's,
name. I know I've seen it.
Well, it's famous for having Don Johnson.
Don
when he-
Johnson, yeah, the 70s.
way,
apocalyptic
at the
movie,
very
yep.
beginning of his career, and it's kind of a post-apocalyptic
Right.
movie scenario.
And
Well, it has an interesting ending, and I'll leave it at that.
does he eat his dog, or does the dog eat
I'm not
him?
gonna say one or the other.
I'm
I'll say
gonna
that. I'll
see
give you
it.
that much.
I'm never gonna see it. I purposefully will never see it because of this
Well, that
moment
doesn't
right
mean
here.
nobody else here will never see it.
RW.
Sorry, I was looking for updates on the university. Am I ever going to watch the movie? I don't know. If I come across it, maybe. If I organically
yet.
come across it, I'll be like, oh, Last Dance was talking about this movie. I forget why I said it, and they'll be watching and be like, oh my God.
All right, just text me it, and if Aphilip doesn't care, text us both.
Well, I'll
okay, I've
I'll
seen
say
it.
this much. The boy and his dog start out together, and during the story, a girl becomes a third person.
Ah,
A boy and his dog and his girl, and at some point, there's a point where there's no way three of them are going to be able to continue on. And I'll text you the rest.
let me just guess. Girl steaks for everybody.
That's right.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, boy and dog.
That's the only interesting ending, right?
Right. Unless it was the chick eating boy steaks with the side of dog. That would have been awesome, like if she was some Xena warrior princess. But the only logical conclusion is boy and dog live. And
The boy could communicate with the dog. I don't remember if the dog talks or he just hears him thinking, but they communicate back and forth.
oh, this sounds like a
I don't think I've seen it since I saw Spies Like Us.
It's way before that.
Hmm.
70s,
What
I think
was
it's like
the
late 70s. Spies Like Us, probably 83,
mid
84.
85.
80s? Yeah. What was
That's part of
the Hitman movie with Jan Michael Vincent and Charles Bronson?
The Iger sanction?
Nope, that was Clint Eastwood and
Okay.
George, and that was
Um,
about ice climbing or rock climbing on the
Okay.
Eiger in Switzerland. That was a
All
great movie.
Jan Michael Vincent and Charles Bronson. I can't
They're
remember.
both hitmen, and at the end, one of them like is on the can and uses some toilet paper, and there's a note written on the back. Remember, and then the toilet explodes, and then the car explodes, and it's a whole.
Yeah, maybe I didn't see it.
Oh, it's quite a movie.
It sounds like the Jurassic Park.
Yeah, but the Eiger Sanction is a really good one too. That was a good throwback. Do you remember that?
I remember. I think I remember one scene. No, I'm not even sure if it's from that movie.
So good. The Eiger Sanction is a hit.
A hit, yes.
So, and it's to take place on the Eiger, which is a Matterhorn type mountain.
That is the one I'm thinking of. And
in-
somehow, was it Robert Redford? Was this
It's Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood? Okay, yeah. So for some reason, he's got a rifle, and he's like a super great shot. If that's the one, and
No,
he says, okay,
it's all rock climbing and ropes and whacked up
Okay.
shit like
then
that.
I'm thinking of something else.
It's
Although
awesome.
the rock climbing one sounds familiar too.
At one point, he chases this Native American chick around when she's like doesn't have a shirt on and her boobs are flopping all over the place. It's one of the best movie scenes of all time, and I would see it just for that scene alone, and then you pretty much shut it off.
Yeah,
And then just continue watching Benny Hill.
Last Dance, the one you're talking about with the shooter guy. Does something happen in a gondola?
maybe.
And
I
there's
just remember-
Eagle is in the name of the
Maybe that's it. Where
Yeah.
Eagles Dare? No, that can't be.
That's a World War II movie.
That's a World War II movie.
No, it's not that. But oh man, I it's on the tip of my tongue. All these movies I haven't seen since I was
Broken
a little
Arrow.
kid.
There's like somebody on another. He's like, I don't know. Someone says, "Shoot that rock on like the other peak," and he just lifts the rifle up, pulls the trigger, and puts it back down, and knocks the rock off. And somebody looks at him amazed. This lucky shot, and he says something like, "Well, you going to trust that?" I think it was an interesting scene, but I can't remember all the details.
Almost sounds like the Day of the Jackal.
But could be it.
I'm gonna
And,
ask
and then I'm also thinking the French Connection. Now I have like
not the French
15
Connection.
different awesome movies in my head. I'm like overlapping every one of them. French Connection, Aphid Lip, do you know it?
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's 30 plus years since I've seen it easily.
Do you know his name, Gene Hackman's name in it? It's famous.
Oh crap. Poppy.
Big Poppy, just like David Ortiz.
Oh, is that what it is?
No,
Something pop. No, god damn it. What is it? I can't remember.
don't worry about it.
You're not gonna tell us?
No.
What a jip!
AI wasn't able to come up with it with a
I'm
vague.
just gonna look it up now.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Oh, there it is.
On screens, looking at screens.
I was close. Shows you how my memory works. Popeye Doyle.
Bingo. Good movie. What's There Are Four Lights? There Are Four Lights. Thanks for being here. And also Eastwind, Johnny Grammaticus, everybody doing well.
Speaking of being here, I am not gonna be here because I am leaving.
Oh,
Well, it was
It's
great
always good
having
seeing
you.
you guys.
Great talking.
I'm gonna go watch some Breaking Bad.
You're
Have
going to have
fun.
to do another Aphid Lip minute one of these
All
days.
right. Well, I'll try to come up with one.
Don't take too long because I'm
All right.
not going to be alive for 10 years.
I know.
So
Don't hold your
maybe.
breath.
Aphid, look, before you go, Aphid, Pats, Bills tomorrow. Who do you got?
Man, I'm not into football really. We ain't got no football team here anymore. So, Pats and Bills.
Josh Allen.
I wouldn't even know.
The old workhorse versus the young whippersnapper of Drake May.
Patriots.
I'm guessing you got the Pats because
I'm a doubter, a Pat's doubter. So I would go with Josh Allen.
You just didn't like that they cheated all the time against the Ravens.
No.
the Pats they cheat against the Rams too. Nothing but cheaters.
Inflation.
All right, guys. See ya.
Take it
Just
easy.
remember,
Have a great week.
Bill Belichick's boat, 8 rings. That's the name of it. Or 7 rings. I can't remember. But he's got a lot of rings.
How many rings he has? Got it. He just sells
But
it and gets a new one if he gets another one, right? It's not a big deal.
no, he just changes the graphics.
Oh, okay.
Or, he's got that 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson.
Oh, sounds rough.
I'm sure she is with him because of true love.
Yeah. Of money.
Are you guys familiar with this scenario? It's fucking embarrassing.
No. Rich people with a young girlfriend, that's pretty average, right?
Well, he went from being one of the most, all-time great NFL coaches to coaching a shitty college team. And then everyone might have said, all right, well, this is going to be interesting. He's going to turn this team around, right? They suck with him. And it's a joke. She's like on this field in go-go boots. Like, have you seen any of this Last Dance?
No, I mean I know he was
Yeah, it's fucking
brought
awesome,
his
dude.
Belichick magic to college, and it really wasn't. There was no magic there.
No
Well, if
magic.
they take the MILF off the field, maybe the kids will start paying attention to the scorebook and all that.
Well, he dated a woman who was absolutely gorgeous, in her 40s, Linda Halliday, I'm not sure, but absolutely stunning woman. And then he broke up with her, and then he gets with this woman who's in like her early to young 20s.
Gross.
I don't
The philosophical
really,
person.
I don't mind it. I'm not saying it's gross.
How old is he?
77.
Yeah, it's gross.
No,
That's
I'm
like-
not even.
That's
I'm
like
not-
grandpa or great grandpa.
I'm not even judging it on that level. I'm judging it on the level of the fact that he didn't just take his hundreds of millions of dollars and have this private life with his young girlfriend. He's doing like, they were on a beach in Nantucket. He dressed up like a Paddington Bear fisherman with rubbers and everything. And he like airplaned her on the beach with his feet up, and she jumped on his feet, and they did like Instagram posts and shit like that. Like, it's embarrassing. Had you not heard about that? Did you see
No, I
this?
didn't. I mean, I'm not surprised. I know he was dating some incredibly young woman.
I mean, it's embarrassing, dude. Like,
First the
Let me see
airplane,
if I
then the
can-
motorboat.
Ooh, it's cringy. It's one of those things where you get vicariously embarrassed.
There's while you looked that up, I'm just gonna quickly go through a bit of news that really disappeared quickly. That Venezuelan tanker that
Mhm.
that the U.S. forces dropped onto from helicopter and
Yep.
took out, and not took out, but took it over.
Yeah, seized it.
Yeah, they seized it, and that's the end of that story. I thought that would have got blown up for some reason, but
there she is. And there's Bill.
There's grandpa.
I don't know what that blue dot is over his butt, but that's like the top of his hat, his big floppy hat.
Yep.
I mean, it's cute, I guess. She's
No,
got a nice.
that's like if that was his granddaughter, that'd be cool. Like,
She
oh, that's
almost
adorable.
looks like a child.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, I realize she isn't, but it's
psychologically, she's still close.
Now, how did he meet her?
she won't allow that to even be talked
That's
about.
the one where like people think that she was like an escort that he ended up marrying.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, they had this fucking interview where it was with some top 60 Minutes, maybe. And this
Yeah,
is
that
one
was
of
the
the
one.
famous clips where the interview asked that, and she's like, "We're not going to be answering that." And like, she's
Why not
She's
just
sitting-
lie and say
Chuck
something that they
E.
can't verify one way or the other?
right. But the point is, CNN has it all on film, and then they aired her like directing it from literally off camera
Right.
with her shrill voice, like commanding this and that. And it was like,
But how many
it
how
was
many
far more-
scenarios?
it was far more poignant for her to be doing that than to have just Bill answer the questions. Like her being
Yeah.
such a fucking bitch.
What was
was
Bill
like-
going to say? He was a
Right.
hooker, and I liked her.
Yeah,
I mean,
I paid a lot of
say
money
that.
for that bitch. I kept her.
Bill
I mean,
Belichick is famous for being the least responsive coach in the history in terms of interviews with the press. There's no way he's going to share too much information. That's the one thing he will never do.
now, just to clarify, I don't know what you guys are talking about with the whole like paid thing that you're saying. So that's between you two. I don't know anything about that, and I wash my hands of that.
I'm not. Hey, this is what you told me privately. No, I'm not
Yeah.
saying.
No,
Yeah.
just
Well,
remember
That
these
Telegram posts.
litigation is not an unheard of
I
thing.
am not saying I have any information. I am just conjecturing, wild ass guessing, as to why there would be any issue with explaining or giving a hint as to how they met.
Exactly.
I'm talking out of my ass on the internet. All right, is that legal coverage good enough?
Doesn't matter to me. You can say
ahead.
whatever you
Go
want.
ahead and sue me.
You're an independent party.
Go ahead and sue me. Is Maryland a slap state? I can actually make money off of it. Come on, Bill.
You have to ask the Maryland dad. I hear they are demanding he's released.
Maryland dad, right?
I don't know
And,
anything about that.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
I don't know. Was that guy driving around like people to like foreign like human smuggling, or was that a fake thing?
I believe he was.
I think he
smacked
was arrested with basically, illegals in a truck he was driving, or a
So-
vehicle.
What is happening here? Why is he supposed to be released again?
Judge orders entered. So Garcia entered the U.S. illegally in 2012 and won withholding of removal in 2019 due to persecution fears, allowing supervised life in Maryland. ICE deported him to El Salvador prison in March 2025, prompting a lawsuit that courts upheld, bringing him back in June. And Tennessee human smuggling charges he denies. 1 second.
Well, my question is greater than that, RW. It is it basically red judge versus blue judge? Like, do the red judge say get rid of him, and then the blue judge says return him? Is it like just this?
It
Back
looks like
and forth.
state versus federal more than red and blue.
Okay.
And
It
I don't know if they
seems-
have to honor it. Like, so Judge Paula Zenas ordered his release.
Well, it's not going to be state versus federal. It's going to be all federal judges.
Well, what it seems like is these contradictory rulings really, to me, discredit the entire system.
Yeah, the judicial
Well,
system is very, very much suffering right now.
They're usually much more narrow than they're portrayed to be. Oftentimes there are arguments over procedure and motions to. It's not that the president ultimately won't prevail. It's just that, he has to. I don't really know what the current dispute is over. I know he's in prison or in custody, and a judge ordered him to be released.
Right. And I don't think it's being acted upon. I think it's a judge making noise. So I don't know where it goes from there.
Well, since we're on it, did you guys hear Trump say shithole countries again recently?
No, I didn't.
I don't really pay much attention to what he says anymore.
He revisited that old chestnut.
Yeah.
That was he wrong? Like, is it just poor speechmanship or inaccurate?
No, I think he was right the first time.
I,
It's not something a president should say, even if it's true.
It's not tactful.
yes,
You don't have to. There are many truths.
it's
The
not.
president
tactful.
doesn't have to speak them all. We ask him not to lie, but that doesn't mean he has to tell us every truth. And
What do you think about what he said about Somalis?
what did he say about Somalis?
He didn't care for them.
Because of Minnesota or where Tim Wells is?
Well, yeah, for whatever reason that happens to be in the news right now, yes.
I'm sure I wouldn't agree with what he said, and I don't even know what it is.
It was Michigan, actually.
Okay.
Dearborn.
If it's a blanket statement, it's definitely
Exactly.
not a fair statement.
Exactly.
It's profiling. Yeah.
It was a blanket statement.
If he was going to call out people that were abusing the United States welfare system to, fund terrorists and call them shitholes, yeah, that's fair.
That is fair.
Yeah, it was problematic because a lot of the Somalis in Michigan showed up in the 90s to early 2000s, and a lot of them are actually American citizens, naturalized, of course, but there isn't a amendment that says a naturalized citizen is worth any less than you or I, who were born here. And so we're all American citizens. So theoretically, if I'm going to stand up for an American citizen, if that American citizen is Somali, for me to stand up for anyone, I have to stand up for them too. Otherwise, I'm a liar, or I'm racist, or one of the other. You follow me? Like,
Yeah, if you're judging a book by its cover in the process of protecting them, yeah, that's pretty shallow. Like if you have more information, like if you know that they're a horrible person without a doubt, and you choose not to step in front of that bullet, that's very different.
right. Let's put it to you this way. If you're in the Marines and your, bunkmate is a Somali, and you go to your drill instructor and say, I can't get along with it, I don't like him, they're going to kick you out, not the Somali.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they would deal with racism. I would think that that's true. I would think that if
you will be in trouble for that, because he is an American citizen, you are too, so you are equal in their eyes. As a great general said, black guy named Chappie, he said, the Marines don't have a racist problem or a racism problem. They treat everybody like shit. So, like,
yeah,
they don't want you to say you don't like this guy as your bunkmate or as your fellow Marine. That's your fault. That's not their fault. So, American is the only requirement. So if that's good enough for them, that's good enough for me.
would
That's
they
how
actually
I
be
look
thrown
at
out
that.
though, or would they be brigged because they're already under contract? Was that just like?
Well, they might get NJP, which is non-judicial punishment. When you get shit like that, it basically means advancing in your career in the Marine Corps is very, very difficult. You're going to have 6 years and you're going to get out. When
Right.
you pull shit like that, you're deforming like your crew, your squad. You're creating dissension.
Right, you're a risk.
Exactly.
So this is from Google's Gemini AI. It kind of leans left, but Trump told reporters he did not want Somalis in the U.S., stating, "quote Their country is no good for a reason. Your country stinks, and we don't want them in our country." He also claimed that Somali immigrants have, quote, destroyed the country, quote, and do, quote, nothing but complain, unquote. He specifically, so half of that's right, or 1/3 of it. He specifically targeted U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar, calling her garbage and saying she should be thrown the hell out of our country. That's just ignorant.
Yeah, I mean, I detest her, but
Me too.
it is so ignorant for him to say that. And it's shitty. Like I always say, his own mouth is his own worst enemy. Some of the shit he does is all right. Look at the border. Nobody crossed it illegally. It's like one guy, he gets in. He's like, look, I was the only guy today. Last year, this time or whatever, it was fucking like 150,000 in a month. It was like, it's insane. He's done a great job. If he could just shut the hell up sometimes.
You know what? His I'm not judging him by the standard of a U.S. president. He doesn't even meet the standard of an adult.
But you don't detest him as a president.
I've said this before. I do detest him, but I do agree with some of his policies, and I support those policies. But the man,
like it was pointed out, the immigration thing, he's been very
for the
successful.
most part, I like the immigration policies, and there's some details that I don't like, but most of it, yeah, I do like it.
But
So-
when you get down to the semantical aspect of it, of them detaining American citizens, that's problematic.
You don't have to call them scum. You don't have to call them criminals. You don't have to demonize them. You don't really have to say anything except they're here illegally. They need to leave. We'd love for you to please leave. We'll give you an app. You might even get paid a little money. You can come back, but you got to leave voluntarily. And if you don't, we're gonna have to arrest you, make you leave. That's all he has to say. That's all that's needed. No more. And then follow through. There's no reason you don't have to say all the rest.
Fair. RW?
When it comes to him being a nice person, I think he's very selfish, and then that's such. I'm paying more attention to the tariffs and the world stage and the military power.
Tariffs.
If it's true that the tariffs forced other nations to come to the table, even though the United States are footing the bill, in the end that could be beneficial. When it comes to military power, I think the propaganda, or whatever you want to call it, or the actual feel of the security of the nation is at a higher level than it was under the last cabinet. I think that the border is more secure. How we're treating the individuals that are being sent out, there's a lot of frustration on that. But then we have state versus federal. I mean, it's ugly. It's ugly. I think
I would express a doubt about the border being more secure. It's more secure against economic illegal immigrants. We don't know how secure it is against illegal immigrants that are here have a mission to conduct violence or sabotage or espionage in the U.S.
that are already within the border.
Right. I mean, we have stopped the millions that cross the border to get jobs, but that doesn't mean that's not the kind of security we used to worry about. We used to worry about terrorists or spies or saboteurs, illegals coming in that way, or Al Qaeda.
Right. Or potentially a guy with 80 pounds of pure fentanyl on his back.
Yeah, right.
Which are occasionally still getting through. So,
Yep.
right. In the lack of the numbers, that does leave wide gaps for these incredibly scary individuals, which you're talking about, which might be the ones who are really planning on like a mass casualty thing, which is
Yep.
the fuel of nightmares, honestly.
Yep.
Or the more common everyday thing, which is the drug mule.
Right. Now, you could argue that was also easier under Biden, because the most dangerous ones could hide in the midst of the economic immigrants. If they're coming over 100 at a time,
Right. Volume.
how hard is it to slip one determined saboteur, every weekend to assemble a team here? It's probably not hard at all. It's probably a lot
Needs to be
easier.
logical.
Right.
So if the volume is being pushed back against, I think that is safer for the nation, for individuals that are networked, that are
Yes.
high class.
Yes.
They can still get in. I mean, I don't know.
But it's best not to get a false sense of security. Someone who's very determined can use, you will use different means to enter the country illegally, possibly like submarines.
I'd still argue that by having the numbers less, it's still a stronger attitude of security than it was.
Well, I hope so. I certainly true that Customs and Border Patrol agents have more time to. They're not constantly chasing after thousands and thousands of illegals every day. Since they're not even trying to come in, or so we're told. I don't have any firsthand knowledge that that's actually true.
Do you think? And a counter question to you, Steve. Do you think the United States is going to be better off when Trump finishes his term than when it started?
I would say probably not better off.
Status quo, worse.
I'm not some sort of a soothsayer, but potentially worse.
Interesting.
Well, I'm only looking at any violations of the Constitution, and those are the things that matter most to me. And if that keeps happening, then that's not a good thing for people who live under the Constitution.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I think he has normalized authoritarian excess. Instead of ending it, he took Biden's authoritarian excess and doubled it.
So if you look at it from a strong economy, a strong military, we're better off. But when you look at it from personal freedom and constitutional rights, we're worse off.
Yes.
Well, there's a conundrum there. If the military is supposed to honor the Constitution and swear an oath to it, as well as law enforcement, then theoretically we should be okay.
Also, I think economically, no, I wouldn't say we're better off. I think we are in a downward trajectory that nobody has changed the course of, and Trump hasn't changed the course of it one iota either.
Well, how can you say though that with the Dow as it is?
I think the Dow is reflecting, short-term beliefs. I think the debt will get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it will eventually swallow the economy.
The national debt, you think, is our downfall?
National debt, yes.
I mean, we went through, and this isn't a whataboutism, we went through COVID with Biden and spent, and that didn't really affect anything, right? We acted like it never happened. So under Trump, we're not under the same mentality of spend. At least that's my understanding. So by the end of that, if they are proactively trying to stop us from getting more in debt, isn't that better? Isn't that a better trajectory? Is it all just what's being said? Is it all just bullshit? I don't know. I don't look into it past the face value, really.
By the end of October, the debt had increased in just 2025 by like $2.5 million. $2.5 trillion.
Yeah, well, we're up to 38.
$2.5 trillion in just.
If you look at that as a percent increasage rate, is it a steady increase rate? Is it getting worse or is it getting less?
It's getting worse.
Okay.
As a percentage.
Okay.
Well, RW, it went up and got worse.
Our debt is continuing to go up, I understand, but is it at an exponential rate or is it just at a steady rate?
Well, it can't be exponential because then that would be too big of an increase.
The doubling on exponential would be astronomical, but your other side of it was an increasing rate. Yeah, as of now, it is increasing. But if he could potentially use tariff to pay it off, but then he started touting this, that he was going to like eliminate federal income tax thing. Did you guys hear about that?
Yeah,
I heard it for a split second. I haven't heard more.
It's not going to do anything. It's not his.
Well, thank God, because if anything, the money that he's taking in from the tariff should be used towards the debt. Not, again, it was that stupid fucking thing. He was saying he was going to give us all like $2,000 checks. I'm like, does he not realize what caused the rapid inflation recently was those dumb payments from COVID or whatever?
like that appeared to have a real trigger on the inflation. So like, I don't know. It's just Trump, I guess, talking without thinking or knowing.
If it's a redistribution of wealth, I'm not sure how it works on the large scale for the economy.
It's bad when they give out checks. It puts too much money into the retail side of everything, which causes less of a need and less of a demand, and it puts the cost into raising the prices. So if they think everybody has money, then they charge more so they can get more. It's a simple market strategy, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's if the United States people are going to go and buy an Xbox and a pair of shoes instead of paying off their debt. Yeah.
So the debt, and a lot of this was due to 2020, but in the 2020s, the debt increase per year has been about double the rate of increase for the prior 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah, an average of the prior 20 years. And you know, you have to pay interest on the debt. There's no way to cut that cost. And it's becoming an increasing percentage of the federal budget. And
Right.
the percentage is going to increase, not just the total absolute value, but as a percentage of the budget, it's going to increase. So there has to be, at some point, you know, it's going to, you know, be half the budget.
Who's the holder of the loan?
It's held by numerous entities, governments, people. The U.S., I think, somehow holds some of its own debt. I don't know how that works.
So what if he just defaulted and said, "Come at me, bro"?
I think that's what it's ultimately, you know, after I'm long dead, that's what's going to happen.
Or
Because
next year.
because there is no way, no scenario under which the debt is paid off or even decreases.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, we've only like run a deficit like 1 or 2 years during the Clinton. I'm sorry, run a surplus 1 or 2 years during the Clinton administration. During all 8 years of the Clinton administration, every you know, otherwise since then it's been deficits every year, and the size of the deficits has been increasing incomprehensibly over the last 20 years, and it's just all fiscal responsibility has completely evaporated from both parties.
Damn right it has.
I mean,
Look, RW, everybody look at our buddy. It's Mr. Kelsey one. Say hi. Say hi.
hi. Okay.
All right. I know
No, I'm
he's-
glad he's here. That's cool. I thought you were bringing him up on stage.
Not just hi.
You guys have heard the hype of people saying that they're going to change the currency economy into some new model.
Illegal.
Well,
What new model?
I don't know if it would be a digital currency system, what exactly it would be. There's a lot of fear of it in COVID because banks weren't covering. You could have money in the bank, but only so many of them covered so much of that money if like shit hit the fan. So there's a bunch of people that were buying land or some type of medium in case the U.S. dollar failed. If some scenario happens where they do switch over to a digital currency and change to a different currency model, that would most likely be the time that they'd do something with the debt as well.
Like
Like
vault on it,
like defaulting on it. Yeah, just be like, yeah, fuck it.
cancel it, unilaterally cancel it. Yeah.
I don't hear much hype about that anymore. I think that the golden age of Trump is basically what people are talking about now. They're not as concerned with a catastrophic failure.
I think at some point people will start talking about how do we default.
Right, when no one believes that it's ever going to actually get paid off.
Right, exactly. I mean, I'm surprised it isn't happening now because there's no scenario under which this debt gets paid off. It's almost impossible to believe that we ever run a surplus again.
Yeah, and no one's even pretending to have a plan. I mean, I guess the current plan is tariffs, right? That's the
They don't get that,
the
they don't
magical,
get that much money.
magical band-aid.
No, they get some money, hundreds of millions a year, but we're talking trillions a year that we need to start paying this thing down.
Yeah, Musk
I mean,
is going to pay it off or something.
If we had a $1 trillion surplus every year, starting now, it would take 38 years to pay off the debt. Well,
And
we
that-
have our multi-trillion-dollar deficits every year. So it's
That would be a monumental shift if we actually had that extra 1 trillion, because
Right.
8 years from now you could see the debt shrinking.
right.
But
Every nation would have to want something from us, correct? For that to be
it's
possible.
just not in the cards right now. That sucker is growing, and it's grown.
I mean, even if we spent $1 trillion less a year, we would just barely balance the budget. Maybe we wouldn't be able to reduce the debt $1.
But
And if we did what you wanted to do last dance, which was take money away from special needs Make-A-Wish children in school, then
Yep.
then we might have a couple extra million.
I don't want to do it that way. I want to actually give it to them while they're being fed. I want to take the food out of their
Right,
mouth while they're in the middle of bite. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you do it.
That's like a Power Rangers villain. The debt, the money that we don't have that we're trying to pay off is from us buying stuff from other nations, correct?
No.
It's just spending money for our own selves, period.
Yes.
Okay.
And the only part we're paying to other nations is interest on that they've earned on their debt that they bought.
Right.
I feel like Susie Orman could have kept us out of this one. You know, she always used to say, "Don't spend money that you don't have." And our
Right.
country went ahead and did that. So, like, your average family that has like a home equity loan with like 20,000 or 30,000 on it, and they always look at it and say, "God, we got to get rid of this." That's us collectively as a country, but instead of 30,000, it's 38 trillion.
But it doesn't make sense.
And like that percentage level is not changing.
We're the most powerful economy in the world, and everybody wants the U.S. dollar, but we have the most debt because we can't pay for what we have.
Or what we borrowed on in the past, we can't pay off. So we're continuing to just pay off the interest, and I guess the principal is still growing as well, unfortunately. But the interest in and of itself is staggering.
I'd have to sometimes spend the time and see what we've been spending all of these trillions of dollars on over time to accrue it, why we didn't have the money, what we needed so badly that we needed to just burn money that badly to get. You know, like it seems a little outlandish to have that much of a debt over time if we're as wealthy as we're supposed to be.
The debt per person, and that's every person, children, works out to about $115,000 per person.
Nice.
We
That's
could all
good
pay
to
it
know.
off, boys. Let's just pay it off.
But we'd have to trust that if we could all come up with the money and gave it to them, that they do that.
Well, they'd still have to cut spending, or the next year we would be back to another $1 trillion in debt.
Yeah, and then for me, that'd be like I have three here, so that'd be what 300 and what did you say, 115?
$115,000. That's 38. That's the total debt, 38 trillion.
So that'd be 345K for my family.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that eats up a good bit of it.
It does.
I mean, you're supposed to have faith in your government to run things appropriately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, our total assets as a country are, of course, a lot higher than that. You know, all the oil, all the gold, all the minerals, all the grain, all the airplanes. You know, the assets are, you know, are pretty high too. But
Grain is a dumb asset.
well, fertility,
Dude.
soil fertility. Then
By the time the grain gets measured, the shit could be spoiled. And also, airplanes are not an asset.
If they can
Well,
blow shit up,
okay.
they are.
airplane production capacity. Then
Potentially, yes, but airplanes in and of themselves are like a car. The second they fly, lose value. Boom, done.
not quite as fast as a car, but yeah.
What about AI technologies? That's what everybody's throwing money into at the moment.
Technologia?
It's all intellectual property, which is actually hard to protect. Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying, like, what asset does United States of America have currently that the world wants?
Yeah.
Art
I got nothing.
Eastwind says something interesting here. What was your question, RW?
I'm trying to think of what the United States has as an asset that other nations want, besides military power, besides network and structures around the
Well,
world.
we have a ton of oil. We have a ton of gold. Those are two things that are worth a lot. We have decent diamond mines. We obviously have, you know, we have a lot of value here.
So is the goal to use up everyone else's, and then we have the last bit, and we can protect it with military power? Like, what's the?
I don't really know what you mean by that.
In other words, if we are spending all this money and getting all this debt to get everybody else's resources and blah 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 blah, and we're kind of stockpiling our own and not using it till we have to, if all those other sources dry up, we maintain the most power still because we still have the resources ourselves that we haven't used.
I think they were borrowing money not for resources. They were borrowing it for cash or capital to reinvest in our own, mainly military,
Interesting.
to basically fund our military, our expeditionary forces, which are at war at the time. And I think a lot of it went to fund the war, which
So
has since
borrowing for world power.
for logistical war support, I would say more.
Hmm.
I mean, does that sound right, Last Dance?
I don't know.
I mean, you have to imagine there was a lot of money that went into the Iraq and Afghanistan war that went towards our national debt.
So how come other nations aren't
Well-
throwing money at us like we do to them? I'm confused.
I mean, we there's a base level of defense spending that happens whether the soldiers are training or are getting, you know, are firing bullets at actual people.
Obviously,
So I don't, you know, the question is, what's the additional expense over that base level that we incurred in the wars? And I think you have to, you know, you have to look at, I don't know, combat pay, the additional pay there is, and munitions that were destroyed by being dropped on people.
all remote logistics for all the bases.
And then
and all-
additional, remote, all the additional costs associated with deploying the military overseas.
Huge costs.
Huge costs, fuel, food. It's basically you're moving like a city like Chicago, like you're moving Chicago temporarily to Iraq for 3 years or 5 years. So yeah, it's enormous.
Dick's enormous. Totally. All right, what do you guys think?
We can wrap it. That's
I can
fine.
wrap it.
You got some more subjects? You
No.
two call it. You two greasy weasels seem like you have a few more subjects in you.
Well, I'm willing to talk a little more if RW's got something. But
One thing that you guys didn't talk about that I thought was kind of a big deal was that in Palmyra, Syria, the 2 United States
Wow.
soldiers and civilian that were
soldiers,
taken
yeah.
out.
All right. That sounds like a good one. Let me urinate and
I think you prematurely muted yourself, but okay.
every time I touch this fucking wire, it goes mute. I'll
Okay.
be back.
good trick.
And then Sarita shared something with me. It looks like the price of the World Cup tickets is astronomical. So maybe we're going to do that there and some money back. Get people to come over here for the World Cup and bleed them dry.
Well, ticket prices are a market, so that just tells you that the World Cup tickets are in demand.
I guess. I mean, I'm going to cheat here and get. Oh, there's also a potential video of the shooter suspect. I don't know if you watched that in the background.
I saw a video of some guy walking and turning a corner, but
That's right. That's right.
you can't see his face.
No, but you can see his hand.
Was he holding a gun? I couldn't tell.
No, he wasn't holding a gun. But if that is the individual, then we have our first preliminary data on race.
I couldn't tell
Be gone after.
if he was. Something about him looked dark, but I wasn't sure if it was. I guess I thought he was maybe Middle Eastern rather than black.
Yeah, I don't know. I see dark skin. I don't think it's a glove. It doesn't really matter, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be the next bit until they capture the guy.
It doesn't matter to you, but you know how the narrative goes for.
That's right. The first
Online.
narrative was they picked this white guy out named Sam that's trans, and they're named Samantha now. They were going with
Okay.
that. So if this is actually the guy, they have to throw that one out and start up with the next one.
Yeah. And plus, is it going to turn out that video is of nobody related to it?
I don't know. This is an interesting one for the data release on this individual. They got away pretty clean. There's really no camera footage that's being released. There's really no information that's being released, and they're still at large 6 hours later. So,
Just show it.
huh?
Show it up.
Okay.
Funny that video.
So just his hand there as he walks past that white phone. Or
It looks like a glove to me. So let's run it back. You don't
Keep
think
going.
that
No, keep going
forward or back?
backwards. When his hand swings right there.
That looks like a glove to me.
Okay.
Now, whatever it is, it's dark. I agree with that.
Yeah. Yes, that's a lot of speculation. I'm curious if we're gonna right just before that, right there, before that even. So almost the first or second frame where his hand swings out.
This is the very beginning,
Yep.
and then his hand
Right
swings out right
there. So right
there.
there. That to me, I don't know. It changes a lot of color in the light. It doesn't look like a glove at that point.
Well, maybe right there it doesn't look like a glove. But you know why it looks like a glove? Because it's blurry.
Yeah,
So
that's fair.
it's just lack of resolution, which means it could be a glove or it could be a hand.
So when it comes to 4chan, that crew, if this
Yeah.
is like legit information, they'll probably have, by the time I wake up, they'll have scoured the internet.
The other thing is that this looks very dark. It would be a very dark-skinned individual if that was a hand.
Right. I had the basically everything. I'm glad we got to talk about the full range of stuff we did tonight, because literally everything on my feed for the last few days has been Tim Pool, Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk, and Candace Owens. Like it's saturating the feed. You know, Tim saying, you know, I don't have the money to support this anymore, so I'm probably going to shut down my show. And then they're all beefing with each other, and it's just get it over with. Whatever's happening, fellas. Let's talk.
I kind of like it. I think it's a shaking out.
How so?
I mean, I don't like that Tim Pool is being bankrupted by violence against him. But I do like that there's this internecine war between various factions of the right, because I do think it needs to come to a head, and it might as well happen now.
I mean, you say various factions of the right, but they all seem pretty extreme.
Well, they're all extreme in some ways, and in other ways they're not. So it's like, you know, what's extreme about Tim Pool, for example?
From when I last listened to him, it was all about civil war and hyping people up, division.
Yeah.
For Charlie Kirk's crew as Christian National Movement, so it's hyping people up.
The one problem is that there's no way, the way to make money, none of these people are on CBS News or NBC or ABC or CNN. They have no access to that kind of media money. So they're all their money comes from kind of engagement farming of one kind or another, from hype, so they can get viewers who then either pay them or increase their viewership so they get ad revenue. So it's not unlike commercial TV in that, you know, it's partially ad revenue in that sense. So more viewers, more people, more watch time equals more money for the creator, but it's kind of more cutthroat, I would say. And at some point, you know, this new media landscape has to stabilize and have stable sources of income.
I mean, tribalism is now happening on the personal influencer level. Instead of I'm with Fox, I'm with CBS, I'm with CNN. Now
Yes.
It's like I'm with Tim Pool, I'm with Candace Owens, and they're like, that's their
Candace,
team.
yeah.
And now right now they're like in this vortex of feeding off of each other. And
Well, it's funny that they have their like own alliances, like now there's the Tucker, Nick Fuentes, Candace alliance. But that that can
Who's
change,
this?
right?
Who's this Matt Walsh guy?
Matt Walsh is another conservative influencer. He's actually made a what?
Is he with Shapiro's crew?
No, I mean he's his own. He's been, he came out with a movie.
What is a woman?
What is a woman? Yeah, I think that's what it was. So he's kind of a little more established, a little older. I don't think of him as being. I think of him as being kind of all by himself. He's Matt Walsh.
Yeah,
You like him.
He is picking sides on this.
I definitely disagree with a lot of what he says.
What he says or how he says it?
Both of them. I mean, I saw the movie. I did. It made some great points and made them in a very powerful way by mocking.
Right.
Which is an excellent way of making a point. But
Can you give me 30 seconds about the movie?
it's what is a woman, but he kind of, it's got like 3 or 4 different segments to it. And one of them, he joins like it's not just about that, or maybe it's a different movie, but it's kind of puncturing the whole woke enterprise. And in one of them, he joins a group of people going to like a sensitivity workshop, and they don't realize he's Matt Walsh, but eventually they do. And he's, he's like the student who's like the most annoying one. He constantly raises his hand, and he doesn't say this is all bullshit. He pretends he supports it, and then starts getting more and more extreme as the class goes on. More like the wokest guy in the class. And eventually it gets so extreme that they realize that this is somebody who's pretending. So they look him up and realize it's Matt Walsh. Then there's another. Yeah, go on.
It was sort of on the cusp of him gaining real fame, so he was able to sort of sneak under the radar in these scenarios. Or
I think
maybe at this point he's not even that famous. I don't know.
He's pretty famous. People know his name, but they're not really. He's not so famous that they know his face. Not everybody. Plus, he has a big beard, and it's easy he looks like every other dude with a big beard.
So was there a separate cameraman person?
So that's a good question. I think the cameraman had a hidden camera and was also another student in the class. But it's a good question: is how exactly did they film it, and what was the kind of cover story they used to go in there?
Right.
Then there's another segment where.
Okay. Mr. Kill has it all wrapped up for us.
Okay.
And
There Are Four Lights talks about that he kind of he ends up, I can't remember the exact arrangement, but he gets Robin DiAngelo, he pays her to consult with someone like a black guy, and I can't remember the exact topic, but the conversation, and this is also secretly filmed, the conversation, the guy is actually working with him, and they it gets more and more uncomfortable, and the guy pretends to get more upset, and he ends up asking Robin DiAngelo for cash. It's basically a personal reparation. And she gives him she looks at her purse and gives him $70 or something.
Ooh,
it was
not bad.
It was pretty funny. It made, and she needs to look silly because her whole spiel is truly stupid.
I don't even know who that is.
She wrote a book called White Fragility.
Sounds like a good read.
Yeah. She was big in the 2020 racial reckoning days.
Yeah, well, I feel like that's another thing that is going better now is that whole racial reckoning crap.
Yeah, it's all
not being supported by the Fed, so yeah.
It was a fad that it's like a like a bad Mexican meal. It passed hot and fast.
Phew.
How do you think it's going to come back like hell's bells once 2027 comes to an end?
I think it had its day, and its day is done.
So on a side note, non-political, Hollywood, their casting and their script writing for those characters in shows is dramatically decreased. Will that pick back up? I don't know. I don't know if the pendulum's going to swing that fast, but I'm not sure it's gone yet.
See, I think everything has its day, and this is just like art. It's just like psychedelic rock and roll. It had its day. It was an art form of sorts. That's really what the whole kind of racial reckoning. It was more art than substance, and it's not past. There might be something that's more or less left, but it won't look the same.
But if it's sexual, I'm not sure sexual expression just goes away like the colors of jeans.
Well, I don't know what you mean, like the colors of jeans.
So like fashion and clothing is a type of artistic expression that comes and goes and is like a fad that disappears. But sexual perversion is something I don't think that just ebbs and flows the same.
Sydney Sweeney's a butterface.
Okay.
I'll say it.
There are 4 lights. Who did he ask for the reparations from? I'm not giving him any money.
I'm the first one to say it. I know other people have said it before, but she's not that hot.
I'm not. I'm happily married, so
I'm happily married, but I can objectively say she has a. Yeah, I mean, she has a nice body.
Wait a second.
Did you just say you're happily married?
I'm happily partnered.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Don't say something like that and expect us to, erupt in fireworks and congratulations.
I was too quick to agree with you.
No, that's fine.
Because I mean, that's cool if you want to go there.
Yeah,
Marriage.
Logistical issues.
Holy
But
matrimony.
for them, I would be married.
No, I hear you.
That comment was like so far out of left field. Was it because of the jeans? I said jeans. That's what did it.
He meant it in the sense of
Commitment.
relationship. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Right on. Anyways, Sydney Sweeney, Butterface.
Did your mind go there because I was talking about jeans for a second?
Yeah, of course
Maybe.
it did.
Okay.
Because that was her famous ad.
Yeah, it was so left field for a second. I didn't realize the trigger.
She has good jeans, but you were
Just,
talking about the color of jeans, but she was actually talking about the jeans she was wearing, but everybody on the left said she was talking about her jeans that made her white, of course.
I guarantee it was both.
Has she ever said that she's like a Trump supporter or a Republican or a conservative?
She
think
was
so.
a registered Republican at the time of the ad. But the point is, like, jeans don't necessarily mean race. Like, as I pointed out at the time, you ever seen a great looking Puerto Rican woman? Yeah.
Yes.
She has great jeans too. Or an extremely attractive, like, black woman, great jeans. And, with a steadfast record of heterosexuality, there's even good-looking men of various races with good
Calm
genes.
down, Steve.
This was another attempt to resurrect the woke narrative, and it failed miserably. It doesn't work anymore. That narrative
It
is
didn't
not
fail miserably from a
going to
marketing front.
resonate.
That marketing team that did that, brilliant.
Right.
Yeah, it actually ended up being a thunderous acceleration for the jeans and for her.
Right.
Meteoric.
Right. It was probably a hell of a risk, but they throwed the dice and they successfully gambled.
I think what it was, RW, they didn't back down, which was the best play.
I don't think that they needed to in the current political environment.
That's exactly right. They didn't back down because it doesn't work anymore.
Right. I don't think they even realized there was going to be anything at all from it. But when it happened, they didn't back down from it, is what I think.
I think that's not even possible.
Oh,
She
I
has
think
great jeans. You're pushing some buttons there.
Well, they were American Eagle. They're essentially a gene-centric company. So
yes, but you know,
and she's gorgeous. I don't think they were pushing the controversial white gene. They were pushing the hot gene.
The woke people push their own buttons, man. They didn't even have to try too hard. They could have even not said anything close to that, and someone would have had a problem with it.
I guess I just see through race because I find every race of beautiful woman attractive.
She's famous for being hot in a very specific way.
What, big butt and a nice set of tits too?
Yeah.
So I mean that's great.
So that's
the face. The face.
At the very least, it's pushing sex.
Yes, she's sexy.
Really,
that's part of advertising forever. But There's,
Well, dude,
there-
like everybody.
it will make feminists angry, very angry.
Just
Four
like-
Lights, I hope you're wrong, dude. But
What does he say?
he said Caitlyn Jenner's doing the next one.
Yeah, that will. I don't know who that's going to anger.
That wouldn't happen. Caitlyn Jenner, or as you know, we should be saying Bruce Jenner,
That's Bruce, right? Yeah,
Olympian Bruce Jenner, wouldn't even think about doing that because he's not like a virtue signaler who has to put himself out there or herself, whatever. He
you
just
throw
wants
out
to. He, as an adult, just wants to dress up and be a woman, which I don't care. It's totally fine by me.
I was actually in a restaurant, and he sat like 20 feet away.
As a man or a woman?
Where was he at that point? When did he become Caitlyn?
God, what a timeline we live in.
The 16s, 17s, I think,
Was
man.
he a man or a woman at that day?
7 or 8 years ago.
This was before then.
Was he
When
with
he was still Bruce, but he's looking kind of weird even then.
Was it
Sure.
the breasts?
Huh?
So
Was it
was
the
it a
breast made him
veggie?
look
It was a vegan restaurant.
No. This wasn't that. This was
It was pit beef.
well, it's a story, but it was in like some country club in east of LA.
What were
Still
you
called a
fucking
country
having?
club?
You were just having whiskeys and bread at the time. They're not going
Sort
to have.
of. It's kind of a story that I'm not going to give details to. But
Oh, I sense. I sense the story.
But anyway, I ended up in this country club, which I didn't really appreciate because it was such a freaking long drive
Sounds like
from my hotel. But
uh,
that was kind of the MO of the people I was working with at the time. So I was expecting to that, and that's what they delivered. But yeah, so there was Bruce Jenner at the other table.
was he with one of the Kardashian mom with the boy's special haircut?
He was with someone, but there was no one that that remembers. I think it was another man.
It wasn't Oprah.
No, it was no one I recognized.
Interesting, buddy.
Just quickly, Sarita shared the video that stated that people are complaining about the exorbitant prices for the World Cup's tickets, and she said that they're in the thousands.
That's not that much.
Well, I don't know.
Even an NFL playoff game goes for that or more. The Super Bowl is incredible.
I'm curious if it's every single game or if it's like, I guess it must be if they're already, because every game from the beginning is the same difference,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, it's really just it's an auction. If there are thousands, that's what the going price is.
Well, I'm sure they're going to fill the stands. It's not like there's going to be empty seats.
Right.
I mean, last dance. Don't you think $1,000 is a lot of money?
Oh, I would never pay $1,000 to go to a sporting event.
So your lack of a gas is basically you're just comparing it relative to other sporting events.
Yeah, I mean, I know there are fans that are not less wealthy than I am that will pay that and more to go see a big game with their team is.
They're
I think
idiots.
I paid $20 for an Orioles game back when I was a kid. That's the most I've ever remember paying for a sporting event.
That's
Yeah,
a good price. That's a bleacher seat at Fenway. You know, you get to fucking yell at drunks,
I've paid
watch
$50,
baseball.
$60 for a very good seat at a hockey game. Third
50
row.
to 60. Okay.
I think Eastman Farms is onto something there. That's smart, dude. You just let the cat out the bag there. That's a big mistake.
What's the most anyone's ever paid for any ticket ever?
No,
For
I'm
box
assuming it
seats
would be
somewhere?
Super Bowl. 50-yard line seats in a Super Bowl. Probably the last one.
Would be how much?
No, I mean of you guys, not in fucking human history. Jesus.
Well, like I said, $20 is the most I remember.
$20. All right, we got 20. $20. $20. Can you be 20?
I'll say $55 for me.
55.
For what sport?
Okay.
Baseball?
Hockey.
Hockey. I did
I
go to
think-
a Capitals game once, but I didn't pay for that ticket.
I think my most expensive was Tool at the what I will always call the Boston Garden. I think I paid like $80 for the ticket.
Who was
I
playing?
went to a Tool. I don't remember the cost of
Tool.
the ticket either. It couldn't have been more than $100.
Tool.
Tool is a rock and roll band.
Oh, it was a concert. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's a
There-
sport for him, watching.
It was a
guitars.
Tool demo where they went out and they used pneumatic drills and drill presses.
Everybody got a free battery.
And the encore was Chainsaw. It was really incredible. Woo!
Nice.
Best show I've ever.
You know,
been
I'd
to,
watch that, honestly.
seriously, but that's,
I won't be going to the games in real person. I'll be watching them for free on the internet. So
What do you got a line?
what? Am I gambling?
No, I mean you can watch them all for free.
I would think they're all going to be on YouTube or something for free.
Maybe I have YouTube TV, and even then, it's not that easy. But you can usually find them.
I was in Australia for the last 2 World Cups, and we watched those for free on public television.
I hope that they're available.
They might not be in English, but I mean, it's got to be in English. It's in America this time.
You're right. I hope it's a good set of matches, and I hope the final is a good game. Like traditional teams, I want to see England, Brazil, and I want to see England win. It's been a long time since England got one, and I think they're due. For all my English brothers,
What was the last
really
one?
want.
Was it Italy? Italy the last World Cup winner?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
It was
I know
early,
America's
it was
gonna get
late.
smacked out pretty soon, though. Australia's probably not gonna make it.
Yeah, I'd never expect the men in the USA to do well. Our ladies are exemplary. Our men suck for some reason.
That's fair. I wonder who gets paid more. That
Don't know.
might finally be the one where the women are getting paid more than the men.
I don't know what the ticket sales is equivalent to tell you the truth, but the men are in the men's FIFA, which worldwide is huge.
Right. The women aren't in FIFA?
I don't know. Dude, don't ask me soccer questions. I have no idea. What's this question
Sound like
from
authority.
Plastic African? What are you asking?
Looks like a caliber, but for
Does
what?
look like a caliber.
I know the caliber. One's AR-15, the other's AK-47. So I just don't know what he's actually asking. Which is better? I would say all day long, the smaller one. Ballistically. 5.56, but that's just an opinion. I don't really even know why he was asking that. Do you have an opinion about those 2 rounds? Or
I don't know anything about
I'm only
guns.
familiar with 5.56. I'm not very familiar personally with the 7 mil. or
You,
whatever the other one
you
was.
told me once you were shooting with your cousin near a pond, and when he shot the 5.56, the whole pond vibrated.
No, that's not it. It was raining and we were in one of those pop-up tents. And
Yeah,
when we
yeah.
fired the round, it shot all of the mist off of the thing in every direction. It's like a sound wave shooting the water.
That is epic. It's a good round. I think that's a better round. You've never experienced the AK-47?
I have not experienced AK-47 in the United States, no.
How about you, Last Dance? Have you ever fired one?
Nope. The only gun I have ever fired were a few rounds from a small 22 rifle.
Okay, I thought you were going to say 50 cal, but that's cool.
What's the rules like down yonder where you are? Can you guys just go out and shoot in the woods?
If there's enough property, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So it's pretty casual here, and most of the neighbors are, don't ask, don't tell. It's the wild, wild west. It's not like if there's a gunshot, there's going to be some liberal rocking up and making sure everything's hunky dory.
Well, if you pull some kind of stuff like that here in Massachusetts, you best be prepared for
SWAT team.
the entire
Like that.
SWAT team from like 10 police departments to come running after you, because it's
Parade of Bearcats.
not going to go down well.
Right. Yeah. I wouldn't expect. I don't even in Maryland. I wasn't even comfortable shooting in Maryland, dude. So
But in like Vermont, it's completely legal. There's areas, well, any place on a map that is not owned, that it is not owned by a town or a private individual, is considered state land, and you can shoot on it as long as it's within parameters of, you know, fuck yada yada houses,
right.
yada yada playgrounds, dumb kids running around getting possibly shot, whatever. But
They'll
like,
run towards guns, man. They're not that smart.
you know, and like in Massachusetts, it's a no Freudian zone. So like, what about like in Massachusetts? It's a year-round crow season. So if you can go out in the woods and just point your shotgun up at the sky and start blasting away at crows in the right areas, could you not go to that same area and shoot a gun? Like,
I mean, shotgun, right? You're talking about?
yes, of course, yes.
Well,
12 gauge.
Yeah, just not everybody would probably be swift to that one, but I've never hunted crows on purpose. I don't even know what the rules for that down here are. They kind of help us out with the poultry, so we don't shoot them.
And
I think the only
aside
thing
from
that's
the
down here is
expression,
possum.
aside from the expression, he ate crow, which nobody wants because it's a negative thing. Like, you ain't shooting crow and collecting them up for the fucking fillet, the crow fillet. You just, what do you do?
Crow-
You just fucking
crow
leave
burger.
them there?
I mean, you wouldn't. I mean, around here they'd probably disappear in a couple nights, but yeah, I don't know. I can see it being an issue in Baltimore and stuff, where like there's no other birds at all besides crows and ravens, and pigeons, I guess. But yeah, down here it's so spread out. I don't know.
Well, the theory is that crows kill so many awesome birds that if you kill them, it's like killing coyotes.
Okay. Well, down here you're definitely more appreciated if you kill coyotes.
Right. So it's the same concept. You kill crows, you allow, you know, your warblers and your grosbeaks and other various fun, cool, like bird watcher-y birds to show up, rather than have them be, you know, rained hell upon by these evil corvids, you know, crows, i.e. Corvus americanus. Also, I do love crows, one of my favorite birds. Corvus, also one of my favorite, the common raven, absolutely beautiful.
Very intelligent too.
Totally. I'm not a hater of crows, but if given the opportunity, might I blast a crow? I might blast a crow.
You wouldn't hit it with your dog stick?
No, but I'd hit it with some fucking turkey shot, maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. But then again, I don't want to seem like I'm raining turkey shot all over the neighborhood, you know?
Gotta
Like,
use rock salt, man.
right? I mean,
If you do it while it's snowing, they won't even know it happened.
what if people have skylights? Wouldn't that, when that shit comes down, wouldn't it shatter roof windows?
I'm not sure at the speed that rock salt falls back to the earth. I would think that the wind and the friction of the atmosphere would slow it down. I don't think it would rain.
Yeah, no,
shrapnel.
your theory of rock salt is flawed, though. You know, rock salt absolutely destroys the gunmetal barrel.
Well, can't you just clean it?
Horrendous. I would never shoot rock salt through through somebody's trusty firearm.
I hear if you take off half the length of the barrel, it doesn't corrode it.
Yeah. And then also you can just do, you know, Mr. ATF, I removed half of the length of my barrel. I mean, nobody's going to talk about that. You can't do that. It's
Right.
illegal.
Oh, dang it. I forgot that part. It's true.
Highly illegal.
Yeah,
What's
because
that
it makes
called
it
a
concealed.
halved shotgun.
You can't touch a shotgun. You even look at it funny, you're screwed.
A broken barrel shotgun. Is that what the phrase is? No.
Something sawed.
Oh, broken barrel is a cool design. That's when you.
A filed off shotgun.
No, I'm pretty sure you use a saw.
No, it's sawed off, dude. Sawed
So
off.
that's it. Sawed off shotgun.
If you're filing off the shotgun, it's going to take you a year and a day to get the fucking file through that thing. But the old
There you go. New Maryland hobby.
the sawed off is what you want to avoid. They don't like it. And I never really understood the law. I don't really get it, but they have a hard on for it. You can't
It's
do it.
because you can conceal it, and
It's easy to conceal. Yeah.
a noob tube. Like you don't aim. You pull the trigger on that. You're spreading 6 feet in a radius. Everything's getting peppered.
I get all that. But you can still legally buy 11-inch barrel ARs.
Yeah. Is it actually illegal to saw off a shotgun?
Yes,
Is it really?
it's illegal to modify it. Yes. Now there are kinds you can buy that are already that length. It's the modification that's the illegal
Okay.
part.
That's odd.
Like a federal law, you're saying?
That's
Bingo.
very odd to me that it's just based on the modification and not an illegal length.
No, it's the mod.
Interesting. I always
And-
thought it was because of concealing.
I think it actually started from back in the day from,
I thought you couldn't. The only things you can't modify are non-automatic guns to make them automatic,
And pennies.
fully automatic, and pennies, right?
Yeah.
No. That's a whole nother ball game. This is a whole nother thing I'm
This
talking
is
about.
cricket.
This is literally crickets because if you do it, you don't even want to ever talk about it.
Yeah.
Like-
no, back in the day, would they get smacked if they did a sawed-off muzzleloader? Like if you were carrying around like a 3-inch barreled muzzleloader, fully packed with like marbles.
3-inch double, yeah, like the big one. You mean like 3-inch mags?
I don't even know what I'm talking about. I was just making a dumb joke.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
I
you
gotta
meant. Like
get it now.
3-inch long shells, or
No, muzzle loaders, man. You just shove whatever you got on your pockets in them.
I don't know. Yeah, ambiguous.
My final note is: do you think that the U.S. soldiers that died in Syria is going to have any more pushback, or that's not the right word, backfire, or future story?
Yeah.
Then it's just over.
I think it's over unless it happens again and again.
Okay.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If they come back, if either one of them is from Massachusetts, I'll put on a suit and go out and stand by the roadside to warn them.
Okay.
And I hope anybody else who happens to live in a place that's close to them will dress respectively and go hang their head for an American soldier. Because to me, that's what I do. I'm
That's
a
fair.
patriot.
Showing respect to
patriot.
people that are working and sacrificing their own safety for hopefully altruistic purposes. Yes.
Well, I don't necessarily even look at the individual guy. May not know anymore, or girl. When they get blown up, they're just American soldiers. So
Yeah.
respect. That's how I look at it. But I'm a patriot.
Yeah.
I love my country. And my country is all that I know. And that's what I have to say about that.
I just think it's an odd occurrence. Like they were going in to do counter engagements, and I guess they got too close to people that they didn't want them to get close to, and they took them out. I'm curious if we get to hear any more information on this.
I hope Pete Hegseth is doing his job. And
You'd have to. This was his post in response. Ready? The savage who perpetrated this attack was killed by partner forces. Let it be known, if you target Americans anywhere in the world, you will spend the rest of your brief, anxious life knowing the United States will hunt you, find you, and ruthlessly kill you.
That's just stupid. And it's supposed to sound tough.
It's finite, yeah. It's exacting. It's mess with us and we will destroy you.
yeah, and also
Christian nationalist movement in the background, like the Jesus songs as they're saying these words.
I don't hear that aspect of it in this particular thing, but I do hear somebody saying, like, it's almost like an after the fact thing. Like, oh, you got one of us, but like let it be known, like, no, like, what I say is plan better. Don't put our guys in that scenario to begin with. I'm not trying to take away from the people or person who was killed. Big honor to them. I just want to make sure that our service members aren't put into these scenarios. I guess Last Dance, is it inevitable? Is it unavoidable?
Yes. The U.S. military interfaces, liaises, and otherwise works with militaries all over the world.
Sure.
And they also work with, and some of those are secret meetings. They deconflict with enemies. They deconflict with enemies even during battles for things like ceasefire to gather the wounded. There's, you'd be stunned at how many meetings there are between erstwhile adversaries or enemies. So, the military is always going to be in harm's way. That's one of the reasons they're there, because we put, their job in many cases is to be the pointy end of the sphere. They go where the threat is too great for civilians to go.
Of course.
And, unfortunately, in areas like the Middle East, there are kind of suicide fanatics that will, they will sacrifice their life to try and kill Americans. And
Muslims.
Yeah, that's typically who they are all over the Middle East.
You could say it.
They're affiliated with IS or sympathetic to the kind of the most violent fringe of Islamic thought. And that vulnerability is so hard to stamp out.
Let me just ask the inevitable question. Are you guys ready? Is the live stream ready?
I'm ready to.
Here we go. Here's the question.
Yep.
I thought you were shutting it down. I was like, okay.
Is Christianity compatible with Islam in the long term to coexist in perpetuity?
Define perpetuity.
I don't think we know.
Perpetuity means to the end of time.
Yes.
Stable. Yeah, right. The only way it's one of these things where we don't know because it's never happened.
Well, we've had a fair amount of time to gather data. Last Dance. Come on, give me an answer. Give me an answer. Give me an answer.
Well, it's stable until it's not, and that's the way it's been in other places in the world.
Last Dance, with how freewheeling you can be, and oftentimes you will just give me an answer. The fact that you won't say yes to this means that I believe your answer is a no.
I can't.
Oh, he's
I can't-
frozen.
I can't be sure it's no. I mean, I'm looking at places like Nigeria, Lebanon, places that have had a long history of Christian and Muslims, and they have had long periods of peace and just as long periods of war, and it's so I guess I'll say the evidence is no.
The evidence is no.
There has
Based-
never been an enduring, long-term peace between Christians and Muslims, or to be honest, between anybody and Muslims.
And Muslims.
If you look
Wow.
at Christian doctrine states love thy neighbor. And if the Christian will be able to follow their doctrine and be with a Muslim people and there's no problem. To my understanding of Muslim doctrine, it's not reciprocal. It's convert or be destroyed. So that doesn't meld. So while it can go one way, yes, I don't think it can go the other way. Therefore, it will be conflict.
Interesting. And you two guys are just a couple random chaps on the internet.
Yep.
Yep.
Do you think this is a overwhelming theme
Well,
for
the
the
chat.
world? Is this our destiny?
I think that it is a situation that is going to play out until the second coming. Well, what's interesting is the Christians believe in the second coming of Christ, and the Muslims believe in the coming of the Maitreya type, the coming of the one. So when that scenario plays out, if that scenario plays out, there's going to be conflict until that point. There's a lot more to unload on that, but for simplicity, I think there's going to be conflict, forced conflict until that point.
Interesting. Well, boy, we've got quite a thing we've unraveled here. I
think
dare not even ask Last Dance.
Well, I kind of already said, right?
Yeah, I got enough of what you said. America
historically
loves
and
interventions.
prophetically, I think it's the same outcome.
All right, yeah, interesting stuff from the chat here. Well, boys, this has been a very introspective pub tonight. I really have enjoyed it. I have a really nice shine on too, so
Excellent.
but I'm still awake.
Well,
So
I'm barely awake. So I'm going to call it an evening.
All right.
And I had a great time. It was a great pub. Great talking to you guys.
Yeah, man.
You have a great week. And thank you, Smoke Steve, for doing the pub this week.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
And let's encourage Scum TV to start.
Scum TV.
I'm sure that it's right around the corner.
Take it easy, everybody.
See,
And
Good night,
everybody in the
Last
chat, you too.
See you, man.
I
Take it
second
easy.
Last Dance's kind words. I think
Hey,
there's-
stick around for 1 minute.
Yeah,
One
sure. I'm
minute.
just surprised how quiet it was tonight. Like chat was very quiet, panel was quiet. It was laid back and fun. I was just, what's going on in the world? Is it Christmas? Like, what's going on?
Well, you know what it is? Fucking Based wasn't here.
Oh,
So when Based shows up, like he's got like 5 to 9 solid people who follow him and a couple that are really heavy in the chat, and then the others are just watching. So yeah,
such
you know,
power.
yeah. Let's just say Based, Welshman, missed you, bro. I know
Yeah.
he ain't gonna see this, but fucking like how many hours? What are we in here? I don't even know. 4 hours and 38 minutes in, and he ain't gonna see it.
And Jess Stevo, thanks for you for being here. That's awesome. 12:10. Fucking late as hell
Yeah.
for him.
He stuck around for the whole thing. Yeah.
Awesome.
Must have been
Awesome.
riveting.
And you too, RW. Thank you for being here, buddy.
No problem, dude.
And let's get you on the next one. Maybe we'll hop over to. I'm going to jump over to Scum. I wish Scum would put the link here in the chat. I'm trying to give him a little time. Maybe I'll do a quick song, a little finger
Yeah, that
picking.
sounds good. That sounds like a good idea.
All right,
He is live.
he is live. All right, let's just throw his link. You got his link?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I don't
In
even
the
think
back
it matters.
chat. There it is.
I don't think anyone besides me and you is gonna go there. So
That's all good. Mr. E actually is now scumming it up pretty often too with his crew. So
oh, it's not live yet. It's just the
he's just ramped it up. So it's live. He's just getting prepped. He's probably getting three Busch Light beers out of his fridge or outside, although outside's probably like zero, probably negative 10 degrees out there.
I think that's it right there. Is that it?
Not the same link. Push down. Yeah, he's going live now.
All right. All right, buddy. Have a nice night.
All right, thanks, buddy.
See you, man. Everybody head over to Old Scum TV and we'll all have a party over there. Good night. What the fuck was that? Let me get it out here just right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for being Thank you for being here for the pub. You've been the best. I love you.